We've been having some weird issue with our internet lately. Oh, hi, Brenda.
Hi, Brenda. Okay, we're up and running. So anyways, I'm going to be doing this little new format where I'm not really going to be involved too much, and people are just going to like use the room to moderate and talk about whatever they want to. The doctor's going to moderate tonight. Rules are pretty simple. Moderators must stay in the room at least 2 hours after the room is open. No, that shouldn't be a problem. No racial discussions. No like Iron Nations crap or DO or anything like that. Moderator has absolute power, so he can kick, mute, hide from broadcast, and basically, if people don't like the moderators, let me know in the comment section. We'll worry about that later. But while they're in here, they have pretty much absolute authority, and they can give mod to one other person. Maybe more if they really need to, but definitely one. And then no G-man. But I know it's going to be bring your own topic, BYOT. So I don't know what the doctor really wants to talk about, but knowing the doctor could be a variety of different things. So.
Well, I have a question about number 6. Is can we talk about G-Man but not bring him
Oh,
in?
yeah.
Because apparently he's finally agreed to my debate request. Well, and his challenge to me.
Which was what?
Sam and I were in a hangout with him in Antonio's room a while back, and he had said that he could prove that I'm a Levain Satanist and that I'm not an atheist. And we didn't make it past his first question before the whole conversation got derailed into whether or not dictionaries dictate the intrinsic meaning of words.
Oh, well, that should be interesting.
Okay.
Yeah,
I do go by the premise that, and I agree with like Ozzy. I don't think words really have meanings per se. They have usages, how they're used nowadays. Now I understand people don't like saying that. And I think Ocean gets bugged when people say that, but I understand the concept behind it, right?
Well, it's like it's okay to say they have meanings. It's just that we give the words the meaning.
But they're not intrinsic meanings.
How we use it. There is no intrinsic meaning to the word.
And that's what they don't understand is we give them the meaning they are. And if you're going to have an argument strictly based upon semantics and word meanings, it's going to be one of the most dullest, boring arguments of ever. And you end up being like Trey Jadlow.
Well, it was entertaining because, G-Man at one point got upset and thought, he had the nail in the coffin argument where he could say, well, I can just redefine the word atheist to mean somebody who believes in a god. Hey, atheist. And I said, okay, great. G-Man's an atheist now. Again. And he immediately backtracked from that.
Yeah, when you get to start redefining things the way you want to mean anything, then yeah. It's kind of like the principle of explosion, right? You start with a contradiction, you can prove anything, right? So it's kind of like if you can change definitions to suit your argument, then yeah, you can pretty well argue for anything. Oh, I had a little thing with Matt Slick recently. I didn't talk to him, but I was correcting him, and Bible Hunt Wingnut got on board after I emailed him. Then he basically blew me off. Did you happen to see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Will you debate him? Can you get him into debate?
Well, I don't really debate anybody, but I mean, if Matt or Wingnut ever showed up in my room, I'd be happy to discuss things with them. I would have no problem with that. I'm not going to go to their rooms because I know how they are. Hey, Brent, I'm going to give you mods too, okay? As a co-mod, is that cool?
Okay, all right.
I know you're not going to go crazy.
Ha ha ha.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think either one of them really wanted to know what the argument really was when it came to those Flaming Halos, and so they just kind of like dropped it like a hot potato. But if somebody ever goes in there again, like General, he knows the argument. He wants to bring it up.
He's in there now. He's in there now talking to John Rappaport.
Oh, is he? But not about Flaming Halos. I'm sure.
No, they're talking about Young Earth, and it's really difficult because John Rappaport is incredibly stupid.
John, I know. Is it? I thought it was Anthony.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Anthony Rappaport. Andrew Rappaport. Andrew Rappaport. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure you were talking about there for a second.
My bad.
The last time I saw Rappaport talk, it was with the Messianic Maniac, TMM. And he was talking about vicarious redemption, and Rappaport brings about this story where it was he volunteered to serve somebody's jail sentence, and the judge apparently agreed to this. And everybody immediately called bullshit on that. Because that is illegal.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. All right, I'm invited Frank in here, Dunleavy, and Urology. Maybe you can talk to Frank about his flip-flopping from deism to atheism.
I was talking to him about that earlier. Actually, I already added him to the hangout.
I love Frank. My only issue with Frank is it's not Frank's fault. I have a very, very, very low attention span these days. I don't sit there and read long posts. It's nothing personal to anybody. And Frank can go on for hours because he's so knowledgeable about this shit. And I don't have the time to really fully suss out a lot of the stuff that are anything more than a paragraph, right? So.
Well, somebody had once said, with regards to hog ties posts, because they're so long, that what makes them so perfect is you can get through one of Hog Tie Champ's posts in the just right amount of time that takes to take a shit.
There you go. Yeah. I think
just read his post in the bathroom. It's like, oh, there's a Hog Tie post. May as well go.
He's like, oh, quick, time to buy bowel movements. We have to invite Frank again. I'll turn this over to you guys in a few minutes here. Have to get some people. And if anybody wants to come in, all you're going to have to do is message Doc or Brenda. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make the link hangout not public, but I will make it available to anybody that's in my circles for G+. How's that?
Make sure it's not your extended circles, though.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that'll go to people who have you circled, right. And God knows how many socks down corner and outbound have.
It says your circle and friends. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had no problem with that to date. So. All right, it's posted there too. So if they can't.
Howdy, Frank. Flip-flopping son of a bitch.
Flip-flopper. Flip-flopper.
You have an issue with my flip-flopping with
No, I don't care.
You guys see my crappy argument? Like,
You're starting to sound like a politician.
What, my argument being bad?
No, with the flip-flopping
is bad. I always do that. I always try to make myself seem worse than I am.
Or you could be like Matt Bell or Seamus. Oh, I'm not a Christian. I'm an agnostic. Oh, I'm not an agnostic. I'm a deist. Oh, I'm not a deist. I'm a theist. I don't know what the hell they are anymore.
I'm flip-flopping because I don't know what to make of my own argument.
That whole thing with like Seamus and Matt Bell is some kind of weird-ass parody of atheists, I guess.
I don't know what they're trying to...
Where it's like, oh, well, I'm not actually asserting that Jesus rose from the dead and that he was God incarnate, but I'm saying, I think it's more likely that he rose from the dead and that he was God incarnate.
Yeah, I think they're trying to pull that whole lacktheism type shit.
Yeah, they're doing it, except literally now it's lacktheism. Where it's like, I'm a theist, but not entirely.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't really work too well for me.
Well, it doesn't, especially after last week's endeavor.
Yeah. I shouldn't have bitched about Netflix tonight. He only had like 5 or 6 people watching. That's how many viewers I got now. I should have mocked him. But I don't usually get a lot of viewers at night, especially on a Sunday. This is probably the worst time. So I'm not expecting a lot of viewers, but I shouldn't have mocked Neffy. His own thing is he only gets about 6 per video anyways nowadays. I mean, when he's running a hangout, nobody ever watches his shit. But.
Well, people didn't like his hangouts. They liked his videos where he tried to talk about science. When you see him in a hangout, as Gus puts it, it's white noise. It just lulls you to sleep.
Oh, the one he was having today, I listened for like 3 minutes, and then I was like, have to turn this off when we passed out within the hour. He has that really soft, freaky, creepy voice that he does.
I'll refrain from what people describe his voice to be like.
I know what it's like.
Yeah.
It's creepy.
Along with the glasses.
Yeah, it's definitely creepy. I'm not going to say it either, but I know what you're saying.
I'm worried that you guys are comparing me to Nephilim.
Not you.
No.
Nephilim free.
No.
Then you started this conversation about
God, who the hell would ever compare anybody to Nephi? Fuck.
It's like,
who? Frank might know. Chris Hansen.
But like, I know you guys. If you're comparing me with somebody you don't like, then it's like, oh no.
No.
Watch the one that's that DPR Jones called Nephilim free is insane. And he goes over the story in the Bible about the bearers, and he's like, and the prophet Elijah was walking, and these kids made fun of him, and God sent those bears to maul those kids to death. And I'm like, yeah, okay, this is creepy.
Well, with the whole Neffy being looking and sounding like a pedophile thing, there actually is. If you know what his real name is, you can actually look up that name on the registry, on a registered sex offender registry, and there is someone by that name, but they live on the other side of the country. So people just saw the name and they associated it immediately with him and started calling him a pedophile unjustly.
Yeah, no, I don't think he is at all. I mean, he sounds like one, but yeah, I would never accuse him of that. I mean, I'm not one of those people to send out false accusations, right? Hey, Cameron.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Let me get Nootropic. Nootropic wanted to link earlier, too.
What are we discussing?
I don't think we
Anything
got a
you want.
topic yet. I think it's still up for grabs, man.
Right now, it's how Neffy isn't a pedophile.
There you go. That's a good discussion. I just finished watching Westworld, so that's worth discussing.
Is that good? I've heard it's good. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, it's Michael Crichton, so of course it's got that quality to it. And the script is pretty good, and the acting is almost good.
I have a few shows that I was going to make a post on a couple shows that nobody's ever heard of before that I thought were really, really good. Maybe I should just tell you guys about them. I don't know. Should I wait and do a post about it, or just what some shows I recommend to you guys? I'll save them. I'll save them for.
So
hangout.
CRISPR
A post,
asks
like you're
in
gonna
the live
blog.
chat, wasn't the topic supposed to be something about gummy worms? Answer
Oh
no.
no!
No.
No!
We are not talking about that.
This has to be a PG-13 hangout tonight because
To be fair, I did see a video recently involving a 10-pound gummy bear.
My daughter is subscribed to me all over the place, and she listens to my stuff, so it was early.
What are gummy worms?
What are gummy worms?
Think
They're like
pick and
gummy
mix.
bears, but longer.
They're made from the same candy that gummy bears are made from.
They're gelatinous,
Oh.
manna from heaven, but they're
It's just
Made out
pick and
like-
mix is all it is.
Yeah, you can make it yourself at home
Yeah,
rather
it's flavored
cheaply.
gelatin.
I thought that they were some kind of, I don't know, insect that bore into gummy bears.
No, they're just made out of gelatin. That's all.
I just thought, you said gummy worms. I thought, oh my god.
No, it's just 5-cent candies is what they are.
What did we tell you
Just
about?
like gummy bears, except they're worm shaped.
Yeah, well, I think me, you, Doc, and CRISPR, and maybe Isaiah, obviously, would be the only ones that actually understand what the hell we're talking about when it comes to these gummy worms, and we're not going to go there.
we're not gonna reveal that to anybody.
Yeah, we're gonna keep that between ourselves.
Well, I might private message it to Tom if he's
Sure.
brave enough.
Oh God, I don't. Well, just remember that certain things once seen cannot be unseen.
Hey guys.
I don't even want to know.
It's
Well, it
bad.
involves Kurt Cameron,
I
porn
really
star and gummy
No,
bears.
we're not even gonna go to the
really
details.
don't want to
on it.
know.
Well, you see, it would be far more interesting if they were what I said they were, rather than just boring candy or we call it sweet. We call it sweet. So, yeah, I prefer that other one because then you could talk about health hazards and some gummy bears are infected with gummy worms. It'd be much more fun. Oh,
You
well.
guys want? If you guys want
You could just like make a fake post about that and cause like massive conspiracy.
What do you mean, like drop bears in Australia? That was a good one.
By the way, Doc, you could try to get like Matt or Slick or Bible Thump to come in if you wanted to. I don't care if you want. You can invite it. You're moderating, so you can.
Matt
you
Slick
can
has me
anyone you want.
blocked.
So you can throw on anything you want. You can. I don't care.
I would love to have Matt
Go watch
Slick in
my show,
here, but he
actually.
has me blocked. I can't invite him.
Me and Matt Slick and I used to be best buds on Pal Talk, but then we fell out.
Why?
So, well, because I decided to be less patient with his presuppositionalism, and so he didn't like me after that.
So Tom,
Did
you
you
not
see
running a
the,
hangout tonight, Tom?
What's that?
You weren't running a hangout tonight?
I had one earlier.
I was listening to one of yours the other day about that guy, science and race, and I was like, oh, fuck this. Sorry.
I identify as a racist just so I can suss that out from the start.
Yeah, I
Well,
couldn't
yeah,
do
You
we
it.
had
can't
that
use it
thing
against me as a pejorative.
We had the discussion, and then I was like, oh, all right, well, that's that, you know.
Yeah,
But
he's nothing better.
then the next day he was back, and then we went at it again. But
But
then,
yeah, Tom, can you play the piano or do taekwondo?
God,
That was a good one.
you know what? There's actually another thing that happened though, which I'd like to get. I don't know. Maybe you guys know about the G-Man thing, but kind of. I
No,
didn't realize all
I've been out of the loop.
controversy about it, but it's kind of gone crazy.
G-Man doxed his place of work, and people have been posting reviews online about it.
Get out.
Yep. Well,
it's not only that. It was G-Man, Mark Inoya, Dragnot, and he was threatening. He was mad about people. Just coincidentally, he was going insane about people doxing him in the past, which we all know is untrue, right? But
all the while doxed.
then
Doxed
he
himself.
doxed himself, right? Yeah.
Right.
He was actually very mean about it, threatening to like
Dox JD.
dox, sue people, dox JD, dox.
He's gonna
You
sue.
know, they can't dox me because I use my real info. There's nothing to dox about me. I am like totally insulated.
Well, you see, G-Man has threatened to release Fiona Robertson's real name in the past, as well as Alex Botten.
That's their real name.
And yours as well. He's threatened. He's like, I know Steve McRae's real name.
That's my real name.
All of us do.
That's not my honest to good. My name is Steve McRae. Honestly, you want to see my license?
He wants
He
to.
held up
lying.
a notebook and he said that that it contained a bunch of personal information of people, and then he was going to unleash it on everyone.
Well,
No,
again,
he was going to DMCA everybody was another one.
Yeah.
DMCA.
And I had to point out to G-Man, like, if you were to file a DMCA against somebody for saying your name, which you have made public, then you have committed perjury.
So he was so mad at Dragnot, and he was mocking Dragnot by going outside, which you can see like the name of the business and everything on the window, and then he goes outside
And its phone number.
You can see the whole fucking thing, right? And he's going up to random people and saying, this guy thinks he's smart because he went to college, and he's talking about Dragnot. You know, he's like, he's just accosting random people outside his business, saying like, this guy's an idiot because he thinks he's smart. He went to college. It's just insanity, Steve.
Yeah, I was surprised that nobody
It's
called the
crazy.
police on him.
He went on for a long time.
Yeah, my office, and we had hooked up an Xbox to a television that we have in the office, and we were all sitting around on our break watching that and literally eating popcorn. So my whole office saw that whole endeavor.
I just want to point out that the doctor in your picture, you look like David Blaine. Now, I'm sure you've been told this before, but...
No, I have not been told I look like David Blaine.
Well, you do to me. Maybe I don't have a suitably differentiated people with goatee schema.
What are you
I've
saying?
been
that
told
all
I look like
Americans look alike,
Rodney
although he's North
from-
American. He's Canadian,
from,
which is North American. But
Yeah, I'm Canadian, but
yeah, but that's North American. So you're considered American. But to me, in a way, sort of. At least on the
Well,
same continent.
the goatee isn't a choice, by
But
the
you
way.
don't look like David Blaine. Your hair does not even look like David Blaine. He always has real short hair.
Well, like I said, I might have an undifferentiated person who's
You
wearing...
think all white people look alike? I get it. I understand.
No.
I get weird shit like that all the time, though. It's like I was told I look like somebody from Trailer Park Boys. I was told that I look like somebody from Doctor Who and not one of the doctors. I have this
look
weird
nothing like
face where
David
if I
Blaine.
stand next to somebody for 5 minutes, somebody's going to think that we're related.
Have you watched The Class yet, by the way?
Yes, I didn't
I'm not
like
a big
it.
fan. It's okay, but
I didn't like it at all.
you didn't like
I've
it?
never been told I
No.
look like anybody.
Yeah, good, because I'm not a big fan of it.
So you look like all these people. Does that mean you're a shapeshifter?
I am like
skin
the makings
changes.
of the perfect assassin, where you could just drop me into any white-dominated country and I could just kill anyone. Just fade into the crowd.
What? Okay. Hey, Christopher, what the hell is this person talking about when it comes to freaking what Enlightened had posted? Did you read the other thing she shot back with? Their polymers are non-covalent when biological RNA demonstrates covalency. Their nuclear bases are admittedly analogs, which merely pushes back the problem of sourcing out canonical nuclear bases. Their protocol lacks control over presenting rosettas and rosetta dimers, in addition to simple dimers and trimers, which would result in deleterious precipitation formation. Either this is way beyond my level, or I don't know what this guy's like, or girl is on serious crack. No provision is made for control over aldopentose stereoisomer synthesis or preferential 5' to 3' 5' to 3' versus unwanted 5' to 2' linkages. Is this like, what is this? Whisper, help me out here.
Are we still speaking English?
I don't know what the hell that was. Chris was asking about it. I just want. But I mean, I don't even know where to begin to even address those things that they brought up, or she said. I know the words are, but not how they're used in conjunction with each other.
I just want to point out that Steve on his picture looks like David Blaine.
I do, yeah.
So, like
And
a douche.
I'm just saying that just to be silly.
I mean, I think he would probably say, you know what, hey, Doc and Steve, you guys kind of look alike in a way. He's got better hair and more of it, but we'd make a fabulous gay couple if I was gay. I tell you though, Doc.
That's disturbing, considering that. Okay, a couple months ago, Hogtie pitched a book about like a society that builds virtual reality society where we think that we can upload our consciousness into this VR after we die, and it's still, we can pretty well make anything what we want in that VR, but there's a limited amount of resources and data that we can use, and so we relegate how much resources people get based on how much they've contributed to society in their life. In that story, the main character figures out that it's actually impossible to upload your consciousness into a computer and live forever. And she does that by conversing with a clone copy of a computer. And I tailored each of the characters after people that I met on on G+. Steve is the old doctor who initially made this computer, and I'm the VR version of him that she talks to. So I'm the clone of Steve, basically, in that book.
That's deep.
So it's funny that you should bring up that, we kind of look alike.
Sounds kind of gay.
Sounds a little gay.
Well, especially considering that you just said that we would make a very delightful gay couple.
So wait,
even though we look like we could possibly be father and son. But
It's okay. We don't judge. No judgy.
Who's the
No,
top?
I think he'd be thrilled, actually. He'd be like, oh, yeah, man, I'll take Steve. I'm just thrilled to be wanted.
well, if that book ever were to be published, the homage goes to Hogtie, and it would be published under the name H.C. Shump.
How far have you got the first chapter done?
I'm about halfway done it, actually.
The first chapter or the book?
The book.
Oh. So you modeled a character after me?
Yeah. The guy who created the whole virtual reality initially is modeled after you.
Oh, you flatter me.
Steve
Like
is the
Jade is in
architect.
it. Fiona's in it.
multiple times.
JD is in it as a cop.
Jesus.
Cliff Jumper is in it as the first person to go into the VR. Like, I just needed people to model like the characteristics of, if I'm describing these people
like Darwin's
physically.
Greatest Hits in there somehow.
Is this based off like? Never mind.
Think Logan's
VR.
Run meets The Matrix.
I love Logan's Run. That was awesome.
You should have a true empiricism character who is like
There
wants to be
is.
the architect, but they rejected all of his design, so he makes his own system, but it sucks.
No, there is a true empiricism character, except he's a batshit crazy conspiracy nut who ends up getting executed.
Wow.
All this is happening in the first half of the chapter. Wow, I mean, geez.
No, the first half of the book.
Yeah, don't spoil it for us. Let us like, you know, like, there's a little
Why don't you
mystery.
just make a collection of short stories that are like based on G plus people? Like you can have another short story after about the two wolves, the good one and the bad one, or something like that.
I think that the Doctor should write a short story entitled "The Gay David Blaine's Adventures with Real Gummy Bears."
It would be the new 50
Seriously,
Shades
is
of
that
Grey.
why it's all guys here?
Yeah, that's how it rolls in here. You get what
Brenda's
you pay
in here.
for.
Not quite all guys.
Tom has a very effeminate side.
Oh yeah,
Frank can be a girl if you treat him right.
I've yet to see his
What?
effeminate side on cam.
Anybody could be a girl if you treat them right.
Direction. Everything's
And that officially got too gay even for me.
I didn't know that was possible to get too gay for you.
I don't know. I don't like the rainbow flag. That is too gay.
I kind of like the rainbow flag.
I don't. My nephews love it. I hate it.
Looks a lot like the Buddhist flag, so I'm all right.
There's a Buddhist flag.
By the way, I'm reading my feed on
Wait, is
Facebook,
it
and
like-
this is funny.
Is it like,
There's this picture of a girl that tweeted something, and the first tweet says, "I work at Starbucks in Lexington, Kentucky, and if anybody asks me to write Trump on their cup, I will spit in it." 2 hours later, I've been fired from my job at the Starbucks in Lexington, Kentucky.
There you go.
That's funny.
I thought you would get more people asking to spit in their coffee.
She's not attractive. You don't want her spit.
Ah.
I don't see. I mean, I think it's kind of funny. You know, yeah, Trump. I mean, yeah.
We had somebody at a staff meeting for the government used as a live example of that, like, to show that they monitor our tweets. And the one guy had tweeted, "Off to Regina for another bullshit meeting, #free hotel, #waste of time." And they displayed that and his handle in front of everyone.
And you get fired?
No, he didn't get fired, and everybody immediately took out their phones and we started searching for who it was. And then, like 5 seconds after that, he had tweeted, "I love my job. I love the Canadian government. #awesome boss. #fun direction."
There you go. See, that's how you play the system. By the way, I added another rule. I just updated it. No videos. Make sure there's no videos played in here.
What about somebody who wants to live stream video game play? Because that's not
Well,
copyrighted.
video games I don't care about.
Or a video of a man falling for 9 seconds shoveling snow.
No, you can't. No videos except for somebody wants to stream like the video game. I don't care, but
Yeah.
I can play a video. I've already got a couple hits.
Well, I'm
Not
not going to
that
bore
expensive.
everybody with my playing video games right now. I got nothing to do for a week. I've just been working on my legend climb.
what would happen if you just
I don't
read
miss my games.
an entire book that isn't in the public domain? Would you get sued for that? So just start reading.
CRISPR says, apparently Jim Barack and Jungle Jargon are having a discussion about Trump. If anyone feels they have more brain cells than they need. Yeah, well, no, I don't want to listen to that because I guarantee it that it'll kill more than I want to allocate to listen to something
Okay,
like that.
the entirety of that conversation. You're ignorant. You're ignorant. You don't know what Trump good for America. You're ignorant. That's all Jungle Jargon's going to say.
You're just object credit giver.
I want to have a conversation about gay people sharing gummy worms.
You're not going to have that conversation no matter how much you want.
Philosophy. We don't know what we want.
It's a gummy-free night. Okay, gummy-free night. No gummy beers
Okay.
tonight.
I could if you
I'll abide
wanted.
by
Link
that.
you to a video involving a 10-pound gummy bear, but
Or I'll be okay. I'm all right. Yeah. Thank you.
They are mysteries of medicine.
I really wish I understood what this person was saying to enlighten. To me, it looked like they're just throwing words together, but maybe CRISPR can parse that out because I don't know what the hell she's trying to argue.
Well, I think part of having a high IQ is knowing how to make yourself understood. So maybe she's not really saying anything.
Well, the first one I could get into. I mean, she's talking about a stereoisomer of aldopentose. Why that wouldn't be synthesized over other ones? But I mean, there's a lot of stereoisomers that we prefer over one over the other in the body, right? I mean, we understand that most, even almost I think every protein is left-handed, right? I mean, we can't even. I get maybe it's some proteins that we can use right-handed, but for the most part, they're all left-handed, right? But I mean, stereoisomers do have different chemical makeups, obviously, even though they're just like a certain position is interchanged with some other position.
So, Matt, have you and Jake worked out the finer details of your debate?
What was the debate about?
I don't know. They were going to have like a general debate about, the great debate itself, or something along those lines.
Oh no.
The general debate about the great debate.
Yeah, I don't. No
It's
specific.
over? I mean,
It's
there
not
really
about
isn't much of a
Kalam
debate
in
anymore?
particular, or about fine tuning or anything like that. It's just, does God exist or does God not exist? What are the arguments in favor of either position?
It's so boring.
Actually, the debate topic was specific to the existence of God. So I don't know who told you it was going to be a general debate about the great debate, but
Well, that's what I meant by it. I just clarified that.
It was about specific questions with two people taking definitive positions. God exists, God probably exists, God does not exist, God probably doesn't exist. The same kind of topics that you'll see in professional debates in the great debate.
Yeah, that's why I clarified my statement by saying, does God exist or does God not exist?
Yeah, I was putting my headset on at that time. But no, it's not going to take place.
Why is it two-part? God exists, God probably exists.
Well, they're different claims.
Because,
but why would you, if you were arguing for one, you wouldn't necessarily be arguing for the other?
That's not the case. You can have arguments that establish God exists with a sound deductive argument, or you could take a view that an inductive argument, which would get you to God probably exists, and it was trying to be as generous as possible to the opponent because it was my idea, the topic, that I didn't want to hold someone who's very much engaged in science to a standard of evidence that the scientific community, science never gets to. So deductive certainty, science is based on induction, probability,
I
not
got
on
you.
uncertainty.
Yeah, okay.
How can you have a debate about God that doesn't turn into a Monty Python skit?
Now, I would refer you to Google on YouTube, and if you just type in "great debates," you'll see many, many, many debates on the exact question of the existence of God, which are not Monty Python sketch and never devolved into Monty Python sketch. In fact, there's a lot of
But they all basically
scientists.
break down. They all basically break down into she floats. She must be made of wood. She's a witch.
I don't think Sean Carroll, Lawrence Krauss, etc., scientists like that, I don't think they would agree with you on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that either. There have been some rather riveting debates between apologists and people who disagree with their position.
Yeah, but you're debating about someone or something that no one has ever seen.
Now, what do you mean by seen? Do you mean seen with your five senses, or do you mean seen as in perceived, or concluded to, or reasoned to, or it's unclear what you mean by seen there.
Okay.
Like,
I think you need to ask him what he meant by devolve into Monty Python or whatever he said. I don't
Not
think that
really.
was meant to be totally literal, right?
Well,
No.
he gave the
Well,
example of
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
I don't think it was in
basically.
any way descriptive. I don't think it would matter how he defined it. If he was referring to anything like Monty Python sketches that a reasonable person could take from that it wouldn't fit the descriptions of the many, many, many debates that are available online that are nothing like that.
Well, he could be making.
I don't know. If you watch Lee Strobel,
wrapped
that
up
very
in-
quickly becomes a Monty Python skit.
Yeah,
Well,
I
you
never
could
said
do-
I never said every debate online is of that nature. I
No,
said the many,
I
many,
think-
many debates that don't devolve into that.
No, I
Like if
think
you-
I don't think you
Lawrence
can
Krauss-
infer that, Matt.
If you watch Lawrence Krauss, for example, he's a
No
bit
matter
of a clown.
I'm just watching
If
the
you watch Richard Dawkins, he's a bit of a clown. If you watch Peter Axon, he is a clown. So there, you watch Alex Rosenberg, he's a clown. So yeah, there's lots of from the atheist side, there's lots of bad debaters that have been correctly, that have had their ass handed to them in a plate by a professional philosopher like William Lane Craig.
Yeah, of course, but I don't think you can infer that it's nothing like a Monty Python sketch, because he could be saying that with reference to some value judgment that he's talking about, which he hasn't explained.
I
That
don't
to
think
him
that's the case.
entails. Well, you can ask him instead of just presuming it.
I'm not interested in asking him. It's an irrelevant comment.
Explain
Well, then how
a
would you know?
value
it's the
judgment
case?
of someone trying to prove the existence of something that they've never seen or touched, or no one that they know has ever seen or touched, or no
you
one
ever
in the
seen your
history of
thoughts?
mankind has
Well,
ever
the
the
seen.
history of mankind
or
thing
touched.
one's up for debate.
Have you ever seen your thoughts? Have you ever touched your thoughts? Ever smelt your thought or tasted your thoughts?
I'm thinking them.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
you're
can't-
thinking them. Have you ever seen them?
I'm thinking them.
but have you
I
seen
never
them?
asked you if you're. I never asked you if you're thinking them. I asked you if you've seen them.
Yes.
Where have you seen your
What color
thoughts?
are they? What's their shape?
Yeah.
I
What
think,
did
you're
it taste
freezing,
like?
I think you're freezing his position, and what he's moved on to is that he some sort of experience of the thing. Rather than
Experience of
just-
the thing is not the same as sense.
But one
Obviously
like,
not.
in
But
that
do you
case, then
understand what I just said?
Yeah. Some sort of
Okay.
apologetic for an idiot.
What?
No, not really. Not really.
Really?
Yeah. You're an idiot.
You can say what he's saying is wrong, but doesn't really.
I can say he's an idiot.
make
If I
it
think he's an
interesting.
idiot, I can say he's an idiot.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
like
I don't mind being an
anything
idiot,
with
dude. I'm okay with it.
Well, that's good. You're doing a good job at it. Keep going at it.
I'm never going to be as smart as you, so I feel pretty
Correct.
good.
Correct. You never are.
But would you agree, Cameron, that there are things that we don't have experience of that we still know exist?
No. Like what? Could you name like two things?
arguments, thoughts. I mean, experience.
Well, we have experience.
What do you mean
Experience
arguments? What does that mean?
An argument.
What do you mean
premise-
thoughts? Do you not think your thoughts? Are you not aware of your thoughts?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, I qualified. I said the experience bit is broader than that. Like you could say
As
that things
in?
that exist you're not aware of. Like you're not aware of every single person in China right now, but like
I
really
don't have experience of atoms, for example.
Yes,
Cameron.
you do. You are atoms.
No,
You're
I don't
sitting
have
on them. You're
experience
holding
of-
one in your hand. You're
The
holding
whole
a whole.
universe is comprised of atoms, including you.
Oh boy, god damn! Come on,
You experience. We are all atoms.
that's ridiculous.
Everything is atoms.
How is that
Everything in this
ridiculous?
universe. Everything in this universe is composed of atoms, including us.
We've
God,
exploded
am I
a bomb
talking-
that destroyed an
am I
entire
talking
city
to
based on
stupid
that
people?
theory. I think it works.
I think I'm talking to really stupid people.
you have a point, but your example is
No,
it's
no,
not
no,
like
little-
it's not what you're saying doesn't make
no,
sense.
no,
It's
no,
just
no.
the theoretical
little
concept of an
time-
atom and that which it represents are like different. I mean, like in a sense,
Well, a little
I don't
charity.
understand how the material world can be made up of atoms, but you can feel like you have no direct experience of them. How does that work for you?
Well, because what you experience
boy.
is some bit of color. You experience some bit of shape. You experience something which is expressible in natural language. Atoms are more complex, theoretical, modeled things, which come after you learn.
Atoms
basic
make
language.
up
It's something
every
you add on
object that is
to those
enabling me to
you
talk to
interpret
you
the
right
experience
now.
in terms of the
Correct,
atoms.
that's what I said.
What?
So
That's
how can you
obviously
say
not
you
what I
don't
meant.
experience atoms?
Holy
You
shit.
experience
You don't
atoms
experience
every
atoms.
you breathe in
you don't
atoms,
perceive.
you exhale atoms.
You are atoms.
Atoms are everywhere.
Yeah, but like atoms don't have like. I mean, they do have shape. Like
You have shape, don't you?
what?
You don't have awareness
shape.
of atoms.
Yeah, I have shape. I'm trying to explain the
Right,
point.
so you're a particular
There's
form.
this difference
So
between it's like
your
the
shape
manifest
is a
image versus the
particular
scientific
shape of
image.
atoms. You are atoms in a particular form.
Like, are you familiar with the distinction between the manifest image and the scientific image?
Say again?
The distinction between the manifest image and the scientific image.
No.
Oh, then Peter Strawson, I think, is a philosopher who made the distinction. The idea is we have these pre-scientific ideas, and pre-scientifically, like when you're like a kid or something, your understanding of things is fundamentally different. The idea of an atom is added on as an interpretation to your experience. You don't experience atoms per se. You interpret your experience as an experience of atoms. What you experience is a bit of color and a bit of shape. You interpret those as being the product of atoms.
So you're saying you're not composed of atoms?
Color is not atoms.
Are you saying you're not composed of atoms?
No. I'm saying that the claim that I am composed of atoms is an interpretation, a correct interpretation, but an
when you
interpretation.
swim in the pool, do you get wet?
Huh?
When you swim in the pool,
Holy
do you
shit.
get wet?
Yeah, sure.
What's the difference, dude?
The difference.
The notion of atoms comes from a theory, which we didn't always have.
Are you saying atoms, the existence of atoms is a theory?
No. The notion of atoms comes from a theory. We didn't always have the notion of atoms.
Do atoms exist?
What we were experiencing when we experienced things, we were experiencing the effect of atoms, but we were not experiencing atoms.
When did we not have
you
the
are
notion
atoms.
of atoms?
You are composed of atoms.
Wait, when did we not have the notion of atoms?
Like prior to atomic theory?
Prior to atomic, yeah.
Pre-Socratic philosophers posited atoms.
Yeah, it's not the same notion.
It is by no means even.
That's not the same idea.
It is where we get the word from.
It is the
but what they were talking about was vastly different than what we.
One is a mereological notion. The other is a physical notion. One is metaphysics. One is physics. They're two completely different areas of discourse.
The universe is not made out of atoms.
It's not?
No,
Yes,
it's made out of fields.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, good
Okay.
God.
Let me get you a source for that, just to correct your ignorance there.
The term
I can't believe
atom
how retarded this conversation is.
means a mereological simple. It's something which can't be reduced any further, right?
Atoms can be reduced.
What?
But this is like the most uncharitable conversation.
It is.
You guys just like, so when you look at it
Tom.
when you look at a pane of like a sheet of glass, right? You don't experience it on the atomic level. That's all he was saying.
No, of course not. The experience of wetness is not at the atomic level. Experience of wetness is due to surface tension and evaporation of molecular water.
But the sheet of glass is made up of atoms, and so you are experiencing atoms.
But you're not.
You don't experience them as atoms because there is no experience.
Fucking electrons.
You're experiencing the results.
Electrons.
Experience of touching the glass, you're like, oh, I can feel the electrons orbiting the fucking nucleus.
It doesn't matter. You know that's what's happening.
Yeah, because you've added on to the manifest image. You've interpreted your experience through the theory.
You've not interpreted. You've realized what's happening in physical reality.
The result of atoms, to be sure.
right? You wanted something that you know about, but you can't see, right? That's the whole
You can
point.
see atoms.
This is a semantic disagreement on what experience means. That's all it is, and it's silly.
Well, it's a confused debate or depending on phenomenological experience versus ultimate reality.
Yeah, the manifest.
You don't have a clue what ultimate reality is.
Well, we know what it is.
Okay, tell me what ultimate reality is.
It's fields.
In a word?
Okay, tell me how you know it's fields.
Because our best theories say they are.
Okay,
it's the wave equation.
Wait a minute. When you say our best theories tell us what ultimate reality is, and that ultimate reality is fields, there's no assumptions involved in that, right?
Of course, there's assumptions.
Yeah.
Okay, what are those assumptions?
That doesn't mean we don't know it.
So what are those
The
assumptions?
work. They're practical.
What are those assumptions?
Well,
Whatever
a lot
the
of
assumptions of field theory are.
direct measurements and
Say again?
experiments.
I never heard what you said because Brenda spoke.
The axioms of field theory and the like.
No. Okay, are there any assumptions behind the axioms of field theory that it relies on the ultimate reality?
The axioms of whatever logic.
How could you start from an axiom and then attain ultimate reality?
Yeah, you can.
By employing the axioms to our experiences and seeing if we can use it. It's practicality. It's useful. We can make.
Well, that's not ultimate reality. That's just.
Yeah, that's just
What do you mean by
invented
ultimate
reality.
What else is
Pragmatism doesn't deal with what's true. It deals with what it's useful to do or think.
Yes, but if something is useful, then it has to be useful in relation to something can't just be magically useful. It's usefulness because it's connected to reality in some way.
That's totally not.
True.
Okay. Here's a counter example. Let's say you're a brain in a vat. Let's say that's reality. We're all brains in a vat, and we'll be manipulated by some supermind into thinking that we're living in a physical world with physical fields in a physical universe, and in that world, you're doing things which are useful. How is that usefulness associated with the reality of being a brain in a vat?
Because the patterns associated with the experiences exist in the brain in the vat.
Well, no, they're not. They exist in a manipulation by the supermind. The brain is just a brain.
That exists as a pattern
I have counters to
in the brain, for fuck's sake, in the vat. Holy shit!
I already explained that to you. So you answer my question then, Frank.
I'm familiar with the skeptical arguments, right? I just my counters aren't. I usually I have notes and stuff that I've taken on. It's not coming off the top.
So what you're
something
saying
like the Cartesian argument, and I could counter anything. This is something like my argument. There's this general
about the fact that you cannot make the assertion that science can tell us about ultimate reality. That's leading with philosophical assumptions.
Oh yeah, to be sure. I'm not saying that. Okay.
And those philosophical assumptions are not provable, demonstrable by science.
I never said they were. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a scientismist, right?
Right. So don't talk about ultimate reality then. You don't know what ultimate reality is.
The distinction between science and philosophy is fuzzy.
No,
right?
Science is founded upon properly basic beliefs or foundations which are philosophical in nature.
Yes, and you can use science to in part account for those very.
So when you talk about the universe, when you talk about the physical universe, you're relying on a philosophical assumption to even talk about it.
To be sure, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So you don't know you don't have access to reality. You don't know what you've got.
My cognitive faculties are reliable. I do indeed have access to reality, and by assuming my cognitive faculties are reliable, I can give an explanation as to why my cognitive faculties are reliable. Like I've evolved.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, if I assume
has to be defended against skeptical arguments.
Okay, go ahead and defend that assumption then. Defend the assumption your cognitive abilities are veridical and are physical and are tied to a physical universe without any other assumptions.
What?
Go ahead and
cognitive
demonstrate.
faculties were reliable. You could only assume that your cognitive faculties were reliable to that.
I never. That wasn't my question.
Yeah, I didn't hear it because I was talking whilst you I don't have
Go
issue
ahead
with
and
people interrupting me, but I was talking whilst you
demonstrate your
started talking.
cognitive faculties are reliable associated with a physical body, mind, and universe.
I have no obligation to demonstrate that. If you do not grant me that my cognitive faculties are reliable, there's no conversation to be had.
That's not the question. The question is not whether your cognitive faculties are reliable. That's an assumption. Again, that's an assumption. The question is, demonstrate if you think that those cognitive faculties are tied to a physical body in a physical universe. I'm asking you to demonstrate that, not the reliability.
I'm not a reductivist or an eliminativist.
I never heard what you said because you interrupted me.
I'm not a reductivist or an eliminativist.
What's that got to do with my question?
Well, I don't believe it. Like, I believe that they emerge in some sense.
What merges in some sense?
I'm an economist of sorts.
What merges in some sense?
Mental experiences. Like, I don't believe everything is just fields. That was I believe
never
that
asked you anything about fields.
Well, where's this argument coming from then?
Where it's coming from is asking you a question that you won't answer because you can't answer it or you refuse to answer it.
Well, I
have a question for you, Scott.
You want me to explain how my things are related to physical? Like repeat the question, then I'll try to answer it, or I'll explain why I won't answer it if I don't.
Third time of repetition. Demonstrate that the reliability of cognitive faculties are related to a physical human being in a physical universe.
Okay, so if my cognitive faculty is reliable, then I can enter into science on that, and I would appeal to the evolution.
No. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Well,
you can't
if you're
do
not
that.
letting me presuppose the reliability of my cognitive faculties, then I will not presuppose the reliability of
what do you think your cognitive faculties are? That's your reasoning powers, right?
Yeah. And it's not just
you would have the same. You would have the same reasoning powers if you were a brain in a vat being manipulated by some supermind, as you would have if you were reasoning attached to a physical body in a physical universe.
Yes, but I don't have to entertain that idea.
Why not?
Because the idea itself makes it so that my cognitive faculties, if that is true, then my cognitive faculties are not reliable.
Yes,
right?
They are, because reliability.
Then I can't entertain the idea. The very entertainment of the idea is not a reliable idea. It could be wrong because I'm in the vat. So, like, ex hypothesize, my cognitive faculties are not reliable.
Wow.
So
Can you shut the fuck up and listen for a second? Which of your cognitive faculties gets you to an external reality?
This guy's too smart for me.
What cognitive faculties what reasoning gets you to, I know there is a physical world?
But I start off assuming the reliability of my cognitive faculties, and then I employ my reasoning and I employ my senses, and I see the world
Whoa. Your reasoning and your senses are not the same thing.
I understand that, but both of them are cognitive faculties.
No,
the term cognitive faculties includes both reasoning and senses.
Now you're extending cognitive faculties away from just reasoning to reasoning and senses.
I always viewed it that way. You're the one who sort of put me into the box of reasoning alone.
Well, I asked you specifically, what do you mean by cognitive faculties? Do you mean your reasoning and senses? You said yes.
I think I'm partially in agreement with Matt on this. I'm surprised. I've never agreed with him on almost anything. I say partially because I think there's a problem with the notion of senses. I think there's always some cognitive content in the senses if we're talking about sense experience.
You would prefer me to say perception?
Well, I think if I could, what Matt is asking is that Frank provides some kind of a justification for his pretty well don't want to say it, but properly basic belief that there is a world external to himself. But there is actually a physical reality.
If you can do that, you will have solved hard solipsism, which no philosopher has been able to do.
Well, you could provide a non-dosastic justification for it, but
I thought that
not without employing it. You could provide some explanation for how it is that you come from it, either as an internalist or an externalist. But
I thought that the original discussion was the relationship between pragmatism and realism.
No, it wasn't. It was about some idiots making claims about knowing ultimate reality.
That was Brenda.
So it was Brenda and Frank.
No, we do know what reality is made of.
Yeah, but
I'm
go
just
ahead and
saying,
demonstrate
we're allowed to
that.
rely on
It's
science
made
at
out
all.
of fields.
And our best empirical theory
Go ahead
says
and we know what your claim is, Brenda. What we're asking for is the evidence to support your claim.
yeah, science. The usefulness of science is what I said.
Science assumes the natural world exists before it starts doing its work. That's a basic. That's one of the foundational assumptions.
How does it assume the natural world exists? It just goes off of what we sense.
That's you then relying on your physical senses, which is what you're being asked to verify. So you're begging the question.
Again, as I said, if you want me to justify, there's a difference between giving an explanation and a justification, right? I can show you an internally consistent reason why I might believe in the reliability of my cognitive faculties. Among them is which if I don't, then I can't reason. Then I can't. What?
Who can summon in the matrix?
There is no matrix.
You can posit skeptical scenarios
do you know
ad
there's no
nauseam,
matrix?
and I can just know. You either grant me my cognitive faculties or not. If you don't grant me them, then I can't even argue for you.
I grant you the cognitive faculties with respect to your reasoning is generally reliable. That's another assumption.
Look, Frank, your cognitive faculties being reliable and operating correctly is not incompatible with you being a brain in a vat. Period.
How?
That's exactly because everything you experience now, you would experience if you were a brain in a vat, being manipulated by a scientist.
Which means my experience would be non-veridical.
Yeah, of course.
Operating properly.
Yeah, but your experiences of a physical reality and being in a physical body in a physical universe and things like that would be non-veridical. But all your reasoning, all your cognitive faculties would seem to you to be veridical, even though the fact of the matter was that they were not.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. If my cognitive faculties are not in fact reliable, then I cannot rely on them, and I can't discourse with you.
That's why you. My God, you don't understand.
The brain and the vat scenario is a difference without a difference. There is no difference.
Okay, explain that.
It can simply be dismissed.
My point is, if the reality is such that my cognitive faculties do not allow me to reach true conclusions ever, or nearly ever, then I can't even enter into the discourse.
Well, are you going to?
Because it's already been said to you that even if you were a brain in a vat, your cognitive faculties, your reasoning powers, would get you to conclusions. The problem is though, because your reasoning doesn't.
If my reasoning is reliable.
Because it's not your reasoning that gets you to an external world; it's your physical senses.
Okay, well then that's a cognitive faculty that you're not granting me.
Of course, I'm not granting to you. It is not begging the question.
Well, hang on, Matt. How is it that you reach a physical reality then?
I have properly basic beliefs, so I don't have a.
Well, then why isn't it fair to say that Frank has properly basic beliefs as well?
Because he's saying there's a justification for.
No, I'm not.
Well, there could be a non-dysastic justification.
He basically said that he has access to reality, that science has access to reality. I'm bringing up the point that you can only make those statements if you have something like properly basic beliefs or assumptions which underlie those.
Okay,
yes,
Frank, do you have proper basic beliefs?
I said if you don't grant this to me, like I do in fact presuppose this, but I have an explanation, not a justification, an explanation for it.
An explanation of what? You can't justify a properly basic belief.
Reliable. Like in a world where they are in fact reliable, there are multiple models of the world of how that might be. And if I rely on my cognitive faculties, I can employ that model. It just so happens that science tells us that the reality in which I find myself in which cognitive faculties are reliable, is one where the reality is.
You see what you just said there? You just tripped yourself up there. The reality that I find myself in. That's you speaking about the possibility that the reality you find yourself in might not be the reality.
Yeah, I understand the distinction. My point, I presuppose that my cognitive faculties are reliable, right? If you do not grant that to me, I cannot discourse with you. The cognitive faculties include both my reasoning and my perceptions.
Then what that means is, behind your statement, you or science knows about reality, is a presupposition that you can't justify.
Yeah, I know. I admit to it. I've admitted to it like 12 times in this conversation. Yes, I presuppose that my cognitive faculties are reliable.
I just want to point out, Matt Bell is apparently misusing the term properly basic belief. It's not that properly basic beliefs can't be justified. It's that they're not justified by other beliefs.
They can't be justified at all. That's what makes them properly basic beliefs.
No,
they can have a non-dysastic justification.
Go ahead and demonstrate.
Inferential justification.
Go ahead and demonstrate that.
It's what the term properly basic belief actually means if you look it up.
I've already looked it up. So go ahead then, Doctor. Demonstrate to us that you can have a justification for a properly basic belief.
No, you're confusing the semantic issue with a philosophical issue about properly basic beliefs.
No, I heard a claim made by someone in the Hangout saying that they can provide a justification for properly basic beliefs.
No one said
I'm asking them to provide that justification.
Nobody said that.
The doctor said that.
No, I said that.
The doctor said
I said that they cannot be inferentially justified.
This is what you said. You can have a non-doxatic justification for properly based beliefs.
That's funny.
That's what you said, right?
You're hilarious.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
I said that a properly basic belief could potentially have a non-dosastic justification.
Which would be?
It would depend on whether or not you're an internalist or an externalist.
Hey,
could I, off the top of my head, present it and word it in such a way that people could understand it? Probably not. I would have to do, a bit of legwork in looking it up, but the fact remains is that what makes something properly basic is that it is non-inferential. If the justification for it, what is the acting justifier for that belief?
There is no justifier for the belief. That's what makes
such as the accuracy of
a non-basic belief,
the external world and your senses and the relation they have with one another.
You can't justify that.
You're misunderstanding the notion of properly basic.
I could not articulate it
whether or not
in such a way that it is non-circular. Okay?
At all. A non-justified belief is just irrational.
Yeah, so all your properly basic beliefs then are irrational.
No, because you're misunderstanding the notion of properly basic belief.
So what do you think a properly basic belief is? What do you think a properly basic belief is? What do you think a properly basic belief is?
I just explained.
What?
It's a basic belief is a belief that is not based on other beliefs. A non-basic belief is based on other beliefs. However, a basic belief could be based on non-belief things.
Like what?
Like your senses.
No, because you need to assume your sense experience was veridical in order for that to be the case.
Yeah, that's why it's a presupposition. Right. That's why I take that.
Exactly. So what you're saying is the only way you can justify a properly basic belief is to assume a properly basic belief, which is
some properly basic. Okay, that's actually.
Well, that depends on what's meant by justification here. If it's propositional, if it's a propositional notion of justification, then I would agree.
That sounds like a good refutation of foundationism, actually.
Yeah, but clearly he may have meant, and I don't know, I've not looked into Plantinga's Reformed epistemology, and I don't care to look into philosophy too much right now, except insofar as it entertains me in this discussion, that he could have an account of justification that is inclusive of both propositional and non-propositional justifications. I don't know.
I'll talk about brains in a vat is an empty claim.
Okay, demonstrate that.
Because it talks about it is essentially saying there's more to reality than we know, but that we don't know
that at all.
It says that there could be more to reality.
No, it doesn't say that.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
There
It
could
says
be more to
this is what
reality.
it says.
Excuse me.
This is what it says. This is what it says.
Excuse me. I get to finish sentences.
Yeah, brains in a vat don't say that.
Yes, I get to finish sentences.
Yeah. You don't get to mute me.
Matt, she's one of the two moderators.
I don't give a fuck. She doesn't get to mute me.
Well, okay, then you can leave.
No, kick me.
Okay.
Okay, and then off he goes. That's funny.
He actually had a good point, though.
It
That's a pretty interesting point. Yeah.
That's
you know,
why
if you call that bluff, I'm gonna take it.
What was his good point?
it was the fact that you have to assume your senses are reliable as a properly basic belief, which is it's not a properly basic belief.
I don't think that's the point. I think the point is that if somebody says that they have a properly basic belief that's justified by the sense experience, then that justification can't be propositional justification.
Yeah,
it's some other kind.
Well,
so then the
that's why I use the term justifier.
How would you have how would you justify trusting your senses in a non-doxastic way? Like how would you
Well, that's what I was trying to get at.
That's different. That's different because it's saying that something is justified by the senses is different to asking whether the senses are justified.
I'd like to finish what I was.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, that is true.
I would
go ahead, Brenda.
The justification logic.
Could you shut up, please? Shut up. I would like to finish what I was talking. What I was going to bring up was Putnam's response to the brain in the vat, which is simply that it is a vacuous claim, because it posits that there is more to reality than we know, but it does not posit that we can know what that is. And so the claim is essentially vacuous, and therefore we can simply dismiss it. We can't refute it. We can't prove that we're not brains in a vat, but we can hold it up as an extraordinary claim, requiring evidence for it, because it simply is positing that there's more to reality than we know, but we don't know what that is. And so I think that's probably a pretty good response. That's Hillary Putnam's response to the brain in the vat.
I thought it was a semantic point. I thought he was saying that brain in the vat's the notion itself is meaningless, not that it's.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that it was vacuous, that it's without meaning, because it simply says, well, there's more to reality than we don't know, but we don't know what that more to reality is.
Well, how is it saying that? It's challenging whether or not you know anything about reality in the first place.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't skeptical scenarios challenge whether or not you know anything about reality in the first place? Not whether or not they don't posit there's more to reality. I mean, I guess from hypothesis they do. Is that what you're saying? Like there's something wrong with the actual
the brain
hypothesis?
The brain in the vat says that there is more to reality, that we are brains in a vat.
I'd like to think of myself as a penis in a vat rather than a brain in a vat. I think that's more fun.
Well, that's probably where you do most of your thinking anyways.
That's true.
I thought it was like when you have I've never read the actual brain in the vat thing. Like I know other skeptical scenarios, but I know of the brain in the vat because it's always talked about, but I've not read the actual thing. But like when you say something like Descartes' demon, the evil deceiver, the idea is that you're not actually assuming that there is an evil deceiver per se. The idea is that what if there is? How do you get out of that what if scenario? How do you say, okay, this is what my senses tell me, but it's logically possible that I'm having these same senses, but being in a skeptical scenario. And in fact, there's hundreds of skeptical scenarios, so it's actually probable that I'm in a skeptical scenario. So how do I justify my belief that I'm not in a skeptical scenario? So it's not that I'm actually supposing that I'm in a brain in a vat or that I'm being deceived, in the sense that we must actually assume that. It's more of a how do we claim that we're not in that case? How do we avoid that? And the way I do it is I'll say that because I have like a sort of, I don't know how to explain my route, but whatever.
Well, we could say, for instance, just simply take the pragmatic stance and say that a difference without a difference is not a difference. There is no difference between being a brain to us phenomenologically. to us being a brain in a vat and not being a brain in a vat. Since there is no difference, then there's no reason for us to posit that we are.
Yeah, that's sort of my view, I guess.
You know, and then we would be sort of like quietists on the realism, right? We would just be quietist. We would just pass by the question. Another approach might be to simply to notice that it is basically a conspiracy theory, right? It posits a conspiracy, and then to say that, well, conspiracy theories require extraordinary evidence. So before we can adopt the belief that we are brains in a vat, we need to have extraordinary evidence to show that we are, and there is no such evidence. So the theory can be dismissed on that ground.
It's not only that there is no such evidence,
like
there
that.
can't be.
There could never be any evidence.
So that's sort of my view.
That might be another approach. And then another final approach would be what I understand to be Putnam's, which is that the claim is vacuous because it simply doesn't really say anything when you get down to it. It doesn't. It's an empty claim.
How does any of that serve Matt's general arguments?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It serves his ego by being contentious and being the center of attention.
I don't. I guess I don't know him well enough to say. He doesn't seem to be that. I guess he's whatever.
Isn't it ironic though that they go off on these wild, extreme skepticism word games when they're so credulous and they believe this crap?
It's a fair move. I don't see anything wrong with it trying to posit skepticism. It just as long as you're listening to it.
There's nothing wrong with like the actual line of questioning that Matt was presenting.
No.
It's just
they're the opposite.
The way that he presents it, and do you fairly represent that against yourself as well? Like, all the questions that Matt asked could also be applied to him, and he would also not really have many responses to it.
Yeah, that was my point with the discourse thing. I can't even enter into discourse if he doesn't grant that, right?
Yeah, well, he was unwilling to grant that, even though he himself accepts that. And what I tried to establish was that, yes, Frank, you do have properly basic beliefs, and so does Matt. And in fact, you agree upon them. But he wouldn't even give you that. You had to provide him an inferential justification, some kind of propositional justification for why it is that you think that your senses are reliable.
Matt just uses these arguments as clubs with which to bludgeon other people with, call them stupid, in order to make himself feel better because he feels inadequate. Compare how Matt compare.
Brenda, so what's your point?
I don't.
What's your point?
Just compare the general demeanor that Matt had and the demeanor of Alex Malpass and I forget who he had a conversation with. They spoke for well over an hour, and it didn't devolve into this kind of nonsense that it took 15 minutes for Matt to get into. Matt has no interest in actual philosophy. He wants to make himself feel better.
I don't think that's the.
Well,
that's the
to be fair, you'd want to make yourself feel better too if you looked like a testicle with teeth. But
I don't know what he looks. I don't.
like
that was his picture.
Yeah, I don't care.
Anyway, I was going to say something nasty, but I refrained.
Sound like Trump.
Well, yeah. I'm just.
Oh, you need a safe space now if you're going to sound like Trump.
I'm surprised that Matt Bell thinks that properly basic belief is a belief that has no justification.
He doesn't understand that senses can justify properly basic beliefs.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get into. It's not easy to explain at all how it is that you can have a justifier, not really a justification, for your properly basic beliefs. But you can have them. And it really boils down to what kind of epistemology you adopt, whether or not you're an internalist or an externalist.
Properly basic belief can be justified if it's obvious to the senses. And my understanding is the whole deal with Plantinga is that he's saying that God is obvious and therefore a basic belief.
Well, Reformed epistemologists have a very peculiar way of defining a properly basic belief. They define it as being like something that is essential to a coherent and sensible worldview.
Right.
And it's
then
like Plantinga's worldview is neither of those.
I thought it was simply defined as a belief that is not justified by other beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's how it's commonly viewed. Like, if you're a foundationalist or a coherentist or a foundherentist would define a properly basic belief as being, it is a non-inferential belief. It has not been taught to you.
Yeah.
It is something that is essential. You didn't come to learn it. You weren't taught it or anything along those lines. It's just something that seems self-evident, and you don't even have a justification for it. No inferential justification. So it's not just on. It's not just
make a distinction here.
An unwarranted belief. It's unwarrantable.
I just want to make a distinction. What I just said, I want to kind of not retract that, but consider it. Because I said it was a belief that wasn't justified by other beliefs. Now, you can imagine this weird scenario. What if you had a belief that was, you had an account of justification that was justified by another belief, but that belief, that way of justifying was not inferential?
Then that would be the properly basic belief.
So in other words, well, then what would the definition of properly basic belief be there?
It's just a belief that's not. You're saying it's justified by another belief, right?
It's just a foundational, non-inferential belief.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is what the definition boils down to. To deny it would be insanity, basically.
My point is, if you had a belief 2 which was justified by another belief 1, but that justification was somehow non-inferential, then on the definition of a properly basic being non-inferential, the belief 2 would actually be a properly basic belief. But on the definition, well, hang on. On the definition of that a properly basic belief is not justified by any other beliefs, then belief 1 would actually be the properly basic belief.
So you're saying, like, from your first properly basic belief, any subsequent beliefs would also be properly basic?
No, I'm just talking about the consequence of different definitions for properly basic belief.
Can I give an example of what you might be saying?
I don't have anything in mind in particular.
I'm going to see if I can give an example, and you tell me if it fits what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
I am introspecting, and I realize that I believe 2 + 2 = 4, and so I form the belief, I believe 2 + 2 = 4. So my belief that I believe 2 + 2 = 4, this second order belief, is justified by my introspection, my self-awareness of the fact that I believe 2 + 2 = 4, but is not itself inferred from the belief that 2 + 2 = 4. I'm not using doxastic logic here, but rather I'm using just self-awareness. Is that the type of thing you're talking about?
Well, it wouldn't correspond neatly, because both of the beliefs in what I posit as a scenario both things would have to be a belief, and one of the things that you posit doesn't have to be a belief.
Then it's not basic.
No, both of what I'm saying are beliefs. So there's the belief that 2 + 2 = 4, and then there's my awareness of that belief.
Sure.
And then I believe that I believe. Sure. So there's the belief about the belief, and then there's the initial belief, and those are 2 different beliefs.
Okay, right. Then yes, as long as the justification there was not inferential.
I suppose. I would argue that you are inferring that you're using doxastic logic, that you're saying, but maybe no, I wouldn't. Actually, I agree. That would be self-awareness, because I disagree that belief implies.
Here's the thing.
That's like axiom 4.
This is going to get into. Well, yeah, this is going to get into the nature of inference, isn't it?
No, it's not that, but I agree with you. This would be. Oh no, lag. You guys hear me?
Anyway, that was my beep. That means my oven has cooked something, and I will be back and forth as I mentioned in the text.
Okay. Do you think that's a good idea about what he's saying? Like the fact that you introspect and you find that you believe a thing, and so you believe that you believe it, instead of going the crazy axiom 4 or 5 in doxastic logic, which says that if you believe a thing, then you believe that you believe the thing, which is. You guys know what I'm talking about?
It's a bit new to me.
Carneades.org has a video series on like he has 2 series on logic, and the second series is a series on different modal logics, and one of them is epistemic and doxastic logic, and he goes through the various possible axioms, and one of them is one that I wholly disagree. Like it's not one that everyone agrees with. They're possible axioms, and it's like axiom S5 in modal logic, so that goes
Oh God.
necessarily. I don't know.
Necessary existence equals actual existence, basically. Like potential necessary existence.
And so there's issues with that, but like doxastic logic is modeled on modal logic in a sense, I think. And so you would have belief, the person, like subject S believes that P imply, like the axiom says subject S believes that P implies that subject S believes that subject S believes that P, which means that you believe that if you have any belief, you believe that you believe it, and you believe that you believe that you believe it, and you believe that you believe that you believe that you believe it, and you believe so on and so forth. It's just this explosion of belief, and you have an infinite beliefs, and most people don't agree with like it's a possible axiom of logic, but everyone disagrees with it. Whereas like S5 is more contentious. Pretty much everyone, according to Carneades, again, like I'm gonna get this from Carneades.
Say that again. What S?
Axiom S5.
Or S4, yeah, but like for modal logic, right? I mean, for doxastic logic. So doxastic logic also has these same axioms, or which are mappable, which are similar to axioms, K. No, is it called K? Like the 5 or 6 axioms of modal logic, right?
So the modal operator is replaced by what? Belief operator.
Belief, yeah, it's a relation, right? Which is belief of S that P. So it's the scope is considered to be the proposition or something like that. But there's also the person itself. So it's the relationship between a person and a proposition that they believe it. But but there are certain axioms as to how you handle this.
Okay.
And those axioms
are
similar.
Yeah, sure. Can you give me a link for that, or do I have to look it up? I'm just curious. I'm just curious to know. Yeah, I'm just curious to know the relationship between the S5 modal axiom and this one. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll give you the whole series, but there's a video near the end, which I'll link again, which goes over it all like in an overview.
Okay.
So I just got to find it really quick. It might take me a bit. I'm going to mute for a bit while I'm looking for this because I don't know.
So welcome, Bishop. Well, Frank is off looking for the link.
All right, guys, I gotta go to bed. You have a good night.
Right. Have a good night.
Oh yeah, you take care. Take care. Have a good night's sleep. Don't dream of Matt Bell. Don't dream of Matt Bell. I left.
Frank,
What do they call those dreams? They're more like nightmares.
You seem to run into presuppositional apologetics a lot. Do you feel confident in your abilities to counter them?
Who?
Frank.
I don't think he's
I'm still here. I'm just lagging a bit. Can you hear me?
Oh.
I'm trying to search for this thing at the same time. I enjoy presuppositionalism. I find something in it which is right. Like I actually, like, recently I posted up an argument which may or may not be eventually lead me to becoming a deist. I'm sort of like flip-flopping on it, but it's partially influenced by something that presuppositionalism made me think about. It's not a presuppositionalist argument, mind. It's more of it's different. It's this argument from intelligibility, effectively, which it's different because I believe that atheists can make sense of things, but there is this difference between this sort of the proximate explanation versus the ultimate explanation. I need to work out that distinction and see if it's of any worth. And sorry, I'm not making sense. I enjoy conversations with them because they force me to.
What do you mean by? What do you mean by I think atheists can make sense of things?
Well, because I believe as an atheist, I could.
Is that some sort of revelation, though? Do you? I mean,
no. The reason why I'm having issue with presuppositionalism is that it seems completely obvious that an atheistic view could make sense of things, but then I'm like, well, maybe it's not that. Like, but I'm constantly talking with the guys, and there's something about what they're saying, which like first they force me to be more precise in my words, and that helps me organize my own thoughts. But
I would ask if you're sure that you're not just falling into the trap of they sound like they've got a good argument.
It's not that. It's in that because I am so like these guys seem sincere to me, right? So if somebody's sincere, I should be able to talk with them in an argument, and so that forces me to condense my words in such a way that it's easier to express and stuff. And sometimes they just don't let you. Sometimes they'll shut you down, and that's.
It just seems like the spots in which you pick to make a stand are not optimal. Like it almost seems like I don't think most people probably wouldn't try and challenge them as something that they could overcome or something like that, right? I mean, it's actually not a threat to your position, really. Right? It applies to him and
I'm not
to you.
persuaded by the view because it effectively requires me to assume that I'm self-deceived, which is not clear to me. Like I don't think I'm self-deceived. So the persuasive power of the view is so very distant because it requires me to question my own cognitive faculties, and I'm not going to do that. But it's always possible. But like no, the reason I'm interested in it is precisely because it forces me to compress my thoughts if I want to have a decent conversation with them.
Frank, I have a question for you. It's not about you or your particular aspects of your philosophical worldview. Have you ever asked a pre-supper what their account of justification is?
No, because they probably wouldn't answer.
Doesn't that seem like a problem?
I was about to ask that.
If they don't want to answer it, then I won't ask them to answer it, so long as they, let me answer it themselves. Like say, like you've seen me in the end with Darwin's deity. If they push me, I'll stop talking with them. Right? There's a limit to how much I will take. But within that limit, I have no issue talking with them, and I can have interesting conversations with them, like, or at least I find them interesting. Maybe I'm just weird. I mean, I am weird, but like
everybody's weird. Being weird is a good thing.
No, I find he's
an anime character.
I think here's my guess. I think if you modeled the way that they use the questions of how do you know, insofar as it corresponds to asking for justification, you could probably get a justification calculus for pre-suppers. And then you can say, you can look at that and say, this is how they think of justification.
Most of the ones I've ever talked to, the justification is God told them, and that's it.
I'm talking about, I think I don't know. I think the best you can get from it is just that you're trying to respond to radical skepticism. I think that's some value.
I'm still looking at the other one, but freaking lag. Everything's lagging. Here's one.
If it gets really bad, just try refreshing your browser.
It's not terrible. It's just that it's my computer's always like this.
Is this a big long video, Frank?
No, it's a series of big long videos.
Okay. That's all right then. That's okay. Thank you.
The title is literally 3 months of modal logic.
Jesus. Look at this video.
Sorry.
This playlist has how many videos?
Okay, hang on, Frank.
There's a summary though, right? I'm going to link you to the summary.
Frank, you're torturing me here because
I have to mute myself.
I just opened this up and it's literally somebody's YouTube page with loads of videos on it. I mean, which one do I pick?
I don't know why he doesn't have more people watching.
Like, can you point me to a specific video?
Here's the summary of the 3 months of modal logic.
Okay, cool.
That was great.
That's good.
That is not what I was expecting.
So that's the summary of the 3 months of modal logic. It's a 30-minute video.
Jesus Christ.
But there's specific series. So that thing is 3 months of modal logics, but in each month he goes on a different modal logic. So first he does so there's doxastic. So first he does deontological logic, right? Deontic logic. So that's the logic of obligation and stuff. I've not really watched that series. Okay. But there's also temporal logic, which I found enjoyable. and then there is doxastic and epistemic logic, and then there's justification logic. So there's 6 different logics plus the original modal logic, which was in his 100 Days of Logic series.
I see BSP greater than P. So I guess that means that belief in S by P, where P is a person, or is it belief by person S in proposition P?
Yeah, S is the subject, so it would be BSP is subject S believes that P.
Okay, and what's that greater than sign mean?
Let me look for it. I'm not looking at the same thing. Is this? Yeah. I linked to it. Did it actually come with the timestamp that I linked it with it as well? Because I didn't intend that.
No. Yes, I got 7 minutes 33-ish.
Yeah, I'll look at it really quick. That was not intentional. I didn't. The timestamp was wrong. But I'll look at it really quick. Just because loading.
Are you asking how to timestamp?
He's trying to use stuff that you can type, so that's just his way of putting in implies. Actually, that also is a way that people use the word implies. I found it online, but I found out that my online it was illegal. But I recently ordered a textbook, which I'm waiting to come in, on non-classical logics, and that is actually a sign they use. It seems that
Oh, it's implies.
There's 3 different types of implication, right? There's classical implication.
Right. Is this material implication?
It's material, as far as I can tell, yeah.
All right.
Material conditional.
So, on the face of it, it's just saying if S believes that P, then P.
Yeah, which is absurd. Most people don't like that.
Yeah. What the fuck is
but
that?
If S knows that,
yeah. It's kind of
you think how it's a list of a whole bunch of different possible axioms. So you have a lethic axiom T. So necessarily A implies that A. And its corollary A implies possibly A. But there's also epistemic axiom T, which makes sense. If someone knows that, if subject S knows that P, then P is the case. Well, sure, because if you define knowledge as justified true belief, then naturally, if you know that something is true, if you know something, then that something is the case, right? So some of them make sense. The point is that he goes through all these possible axioms, but he talks about how they normally aren't liked, and then he himself he's like a universal skeptic effectively. So
I want to ask you. So you mentioned that the doxastic axiom T that we just discussed is similar to a modal axiom. Yeah, you're referring to the alethic axiom. Yeah, I suppose it has a. Yeah.
It's isomorphic. Okay. It's there are certain.
Okay. Sure. If you interchange the modal axiom with the S and the S, then sure. Yeah. This is a bit. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure how it would. I mean, can you do the same with all the other axioms?
You can try. It doesn't always work. Like he'll if you watch the series, you'll see.
So wait. So it's not a consistent translation between the modal and the doxastic operator.
Yeah, there's like wiggling going on. Yeah, it's not perfectly isomorphic all the time, but
I'm beginning to get a sense of severe distrust in these videos.
Why?
Because it's not perfect, and now
I mean, it's not perfect in the real logic either. It's why would it be that way anyway?
No, because I'm joking slightly. What I expected was when you were suggesting a mapping, which is just a function, right? Between formal systems, it would usually be consistent, because it wasn't really consistent and not much. Well, I suppose you could.
No.
Cheat.
So all of these.
Hang on. I suppose you could cheat by saying or, and you could provide the other mapping so that it is actually a nice mapping. But anyway, go on.
Like you see so right here it's axiom T. In Deont, so all of them.
The robots came for a visit.
Basically map onto each other for axiom T. So the deontic axiom T is if you're obliged that P, then P is the case.
No, I get that. That's fine. But I'm saying that, one-time, mapping between axioms isn't really of much interest. Because if it's any use at all, it should map across many different axioms to intertranslate them. If it's a way of mapping propositional forms to propositional forms that's basically a bijection.
Well, the goal here is his goal is just to teach you the logics. His goal, this is just a summary, right? He's not trying to show isomorphisms or anything like that. He's just trying to give an overview, and it helps to give like mnemonically and pedagogically.
Okay, yeah, that's fine then. Yeah, sure.
It is the summary video, and it is 21 minutes long for 3 months of modal logic. So you gotta be fair to the guy.
What do you think of that axiom, doxastic axiom?
Doxastic axiom T is dumb.
Yeah. Well, why would anyone put that in?
Because it's just a possible thing, and then it's useful for others. I don't know why.
Well, it's supposed to be an axiom. Why would anybody put that in as a doxastic axiom? Find that very odd.
I don't know. No one would. I don't think anyone does. Like, he sort of goes through. So he has like this list of. So I'll search it up like in the timeline. So what was the timestamp? 7 minutes and something.
7:33.
Okay, so at 8. So go to 8:08, right?
Okay, I know.
So
8 to 8. Okay.
You see, he's setting up this list, and there's the aleph. So at the top, ALE, that's alethic, DEO, deontic, TEM, temporal, EPI, epistemic, doxastic, justificatory, and then you have axiom K on the side. I don't remember necessitation rule, axiom D, axiom T, and so on and so forth. And so the Y's and I don't know. So it's yes, no, and controversial, right? So C means it's controversial. N means pretty much no one does it. So you see in doxastic axiom T, pretty much it's an N, right? Nobody uses it.
Oh, I see. So okay. Yes, I see. Okay.
I find Carneades to be a good educational source. I disagree with most of his philosophical views, and because he's an extreme skeptic, but like he's a serious, honest to God, like skeptic. But he if it weren't for him, I would not know anywhere near as much as I do. So I have great respect for this man. So.
Do you think that there's any deep, interesting connections between these attempts at Y, N, and C in the table? Or that there could be something close by that is interesting?
Like the fact that these things are controversial? Or?
No, the whole table, yes, no, controversial. Is there a pattern in there?
I don't. Let me look at the end, because he'll probably sum it up at the end somewhere.
Fill up the rest of the table, I'm sure it does.
So that's like at about 21. So
21
I guess
minutes?
there's question marks too. There's no pattern now. I mean, there's a whole bunch of controversy with regards to, like, there's this block of controversy right here, this sort of, with axiom 4 through 4.4, which are variation. So 4, 5, and then 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. 4.2 through 4.4 are just variations in the strength of axiom of the alethic axiom 4 and 5. Is there actually a 4.2 and a 4.3 for the alethic? I did not know about that. He didn't present that earlier. Weird. Did he present this in this video? Let me see. I'm not actually watched this all the way through. Like, as you saw, it was like at 7-point mark. So like I hadn't finished watching. I'd stopped because something, I guess, I never came back.
So actually, the reason I asked was you said, I just thought I don't know, maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, that there was that belief axiom was an axiom of the system.
Well, I mean, like, you could make a system where that's an axiom. It's a possible system. It's just no one uses that system.
No, you'd never use that as an axiom. If
I know.
It actually represented belief, because it would obviously contradict the intuition that it's possible that some beliefs are false.
I don't remember why I got the Carneades video, but it wasn't for that. That was just something we ended up talking about for some reason.
In fact, you could write that down. You could write that down in a modal doxastic formal system.
There would be a logic. There would be a coherent system, right? With that as an axiom, it would be a terrible system. It wouldn't model actual belief at all. Right? It just wouldn't model belief, and so it wouldn't be a good system for belief. Though, yeah, pretty much so. But like, you could. It's not like it's impossible. It's not like you couldn't define belief that way. It would just be weird. I feel like I killed the room.
So have you gone through all the videos and you know everything?
I haven't done the deontic logic series, but all the other ones, yeah.
Okay.
I'm watching the video. That's why I'm not talking.
Does it mention Kripke semantics for modal logic?
He doesn't go that deep, no.
Okay.
Oh, no, he does talk about Hintika semantics for one of the logics. I don't remember which. Epistemic logic? Yeah, Hintika has a certain semantics for epistemic and doxastic logic.
Chicken ticker semantics.
Is
I'm
that
joking, I know. No, I'm joking.
So he mentioned
like, come on, chicken ticker, come on.
I don't know much about Hintika, so I don't know any jokes about him either.
No, it's his name sounds like chicken ticker.
Oh,
So
okay.
that was the joke. That was it. Just silly.
Sorry, I didn't laugh. I'm not that.
No, it's not. It's not that funny. I just.
Okay, sorry.
It just occurred.
Sorry. I say sorry too much. What was I going to say? Yeah, I haven't seen the deontic series, so maybe he mentions it in the deontic modal logic series. I don't know, but he doesn't seem to be talking about like from what I know about Kripke semantics, it's like you treat the worlds as dots or something. Like I don't know much about it.
I vaguely remember a little bit about it. I never really did it when I was at university, but I skim read some of it. I forget it now. I'm not giving it a try and remember it. Something that did occur to me is doxastic logic somewhat redundant in that it potentially.
Are you still there? Hello? You like mic turned off. I still can't hear. I hear somebody typing really fast.
I went to get a bag of chips. I come back and everyone's quiet. What happened?
I don't know what happened.
Who mentioned the election? Who did it?
We got lulled to sleep by 3 months of modal logic.
Well, it got quiet because Matt Bell left.
Yes, the entertainment was gone. Next, we will discuss category theory, topos theory, and sheaves.
I don't know anything about.
Well, we could bring the conversation back around to the gummy worms.
Okay, that's more interesting. Category theory is actually pretty interesting.
It looks interesting on Wikipedia. I don't understand it.
Neither do I. But there is in fact a video series on YouTube about category theory that purports to take you through it and actually help you to write a program based on it, which creates computer-generated music.
Yeah.
And category theory is so I've heard. I don't know a great deal about it. Is thought by some to possibly be a way of replacing set theory.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
So it would be an alternate. It might be a solution to some of the problems in set theory because it would simply it's an alternate way of structuring things. Rather, they're not really sets; they're categories.
Yeah, but can't you explain both sets and categories in terms of each other, sort of?
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can. Yeah.
So I guess it's cool.
But it's used actually a fair amount by programmers, especially with very large and complicated programs.
It uses a notion of functors, right? And that's like a partial function or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works at all.
I can't say. I can only speak in generalities.
Okay. I'm very interested in teaching myself that eventually, but I really want to. I want a basis. Like as I said, I ordered this book on non-classical logics, and I'm gonna.
Well, it sounds actually useful, and physicists will sometimes express some of their theories.
No chocolate.
Category theory.
Hey, Doctor, are you still there? Guess not.
Yep, I'm still here.
Can you No, Tropic isn't.
Okay.
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
There's two mods in the room.
I'm triggered.
Oh, Brenda's a mod too.
Yeah,
Thank you. Sorry.
and I
For
did
some
not.
reason,
I did not kick Matt.
well, in my case, it was my laptop decided to restart for no reason whatsoever. I don't know why that is because it's fairly brand new. Anyway,
It's Sunday. Sometimes ISPs will change your pseudo address, or they'll update the DNS tables on your routers. Sometimes maybe that kicked you out. That will happen.
It literally restarted my computer, and this has happened. This is the second or third time it's happened. It wasn't always on a Sunday, I think.
Do you have Windows 10?
Yes, the latest version. This is
And
latest
Windows
update.
10 Windows 10 screws you over on the update process. You can't really. It takes some of the control away from you with the automatic updates, right?
Is that what it could be? Okay. Anyway, because I was in the middle of asking Frank a question, and it just poofed me.
All right.
Frank,
It simply may be that your computer is flaky, and video card failures will reboot the machine sometimes.
oh, okay. I better.
The video
Well,
card
yeah.
if the video card overheats, that will sometimes do it.
Well, that and Google Hangouts has been acting up lately.
Oh, yeah.
Like when we were launching this Hangout originally, Steve sent me the invite, and it dropped me like 3 or 4 times, and yeah, my computer even restarted.
That could be. Or the scientists that are in charge of your brain in your vat decided to reboot you because you were getting too close to the truth.
That must be it. That must be it.
You were getting a little.
It's all in that Nozakian pleasure machine. You decided that in advance.
You are the one. You are the one.
I feel so privileged now. Yeah, I want to ask Frank.
You could work that in there.
Yeah, I want to ask Frank. Do you think that I don't know? Is there a proof that it's not possible to formalize doxastic logic within first or second order predicate logic?
I have no idea. Again,
Because
most of what I know actually comes from Freddy's. I only recently started reading like online logic and stuff.
All right.
Like I have no college education, right? Everything I know is
all right. That's okay. That's fine. I'm not expecting to have or not. I'm just, but the reason I mention that is because if you could, in fact, do that, then you wouldn't need. It would just be totally within predicate logic to do everything. It'd just be a subsystem within predicate logic.
I don't know much about higher order logics. I probably need to learn more about that. I know that you can. How does it change? It's something to do with the universe of discourse changes, right? Or no, it's the quantification. How does it work?
Well,
you set theory, right? So it's.
You're talking about when I said first order and second order predicate logic, or something else? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Like you said, didn't you say something about? Yeah, that's what you said. You said first order and second order. Well, second order has to do with.
Okay, so first order predicate logic, the quantifiers can range over what is it? Yeah, the individuals, but they can't range over the predicates. In second order, they can range over predicates as well. That's the only difference. So in specific terms, in second order logic, you can express things like for any property P, and you can say that, or for any relation R, or you can say there exists a property P. You can't do that in first order predicate logic.
The textbooks I've been reading, like there's this one open logic course. It's an open logic textbook. It doesn't actually make that distinction. It just sort of, I guess, goes into it. I'll look into that. I've heard of higher order logics where you can have like sets of, would it be like sets of propositions or something, or sets of predicates, or.
Well, I definitely know that is a difference between first and second order predicate logic. I'd be confident enough to bet my genitals on it. and if you could show me I'm wrong, I will cam up and cut my genitals off.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like going off of my own memory as well. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know if there's a sort of a meta theory that's formalizable in terms of what is the difference between first, second, and even a third order logic in general, or nth order logic in general, I suppose there probably is, or probably is doable.
I think I might actually have one saved on here. I had a buddy who actually just did his thesis on that.
Oh, there you go. I mean, I can see it. It would be some sort of abstraction of whether a particular, I don't know, a symbol in the logic can, quote unquote, map to different things. That would be just about it, because in this case, it's just the quantifier can map to one thing, and in the second order logic can map to another thing.
Wait, is the
as well.
quantifier taken as a function? I mean, I guess it would be because it's a logic. Yeah, it is. Never mind. That was dumb.
What do you mean as a function?
Truth function. I'm being dumb. Because like all logical symbols are truth functions.
No. Wait. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you even mean.
You said map, and I'm like, wait, that's a functional term. What does that mean?
Wait. You have to make a distinction between the well-formed formulae in the logic and the meta theory about it. That would be that I am doing right now. That would be in terms of functions.
So like the natural language, or would that also, or the mathematics?
Well, for example, right, if you take I don't know, predicate logic statement, like there exists an X such that X has property P, like that in the side chat. That's one way. Some people use brackets like this. There's different ways of doing it, like that. What would happen in mathematical logic is that would actually be in the description of it would actually be written as an ordered n tuple, which would be something like this. You'd write that there exists comma x comma and then the bracket symbol comma what I'm doing, p comma x comma close bracket, and then close the whole bracket for the whole thing, which should be in different brackets to distinguish the. You know what I'm saying, or am I making no sense?
I don't know much. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not explaining this very well.
I've never seen this before. Oh, is this just the This is just the talking about the symbols themselves rather than employing them, right?
Yeah. So in the mathematical specification of well-formed formulae, they are they are represented as a sequence of a string of symbols, and this is how you represent strings of symbols.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Ordered n tuples.
So that's where like Gödel numbering and stuff comes from, right? Like they'll take the actual symbols, and each symbol is represented with a number, and you string.
Well, that's different, but it's similar in that it's meta. Well, this is actually setting the system up, so it's just how
that like in the beginning of a textbook, they'll go like, the language of the logic is this, and these are the logic.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll start off the alphabet is this set, and then they'll say that here's the well-formed formulae, and that would involve saying what ordered n tuples are well-formed formulae or not. So it's just a way of being pedantic and formalizing that within mathematics.
It's useful. It lets you talk about things with greater clarity. But
yeah. I wouldn't recommend it for people who begin to understand logic, because it obfuscates, actually using the logic and relating it to how we actually think when we do logical inference. But yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that I'm a complete beginner. I know some. Not that bad.
Well, you probably know more modal logic than me. I've not really looked into modal in terms of an amount. I mean, I might know a little bit of a few areas than you, because I've just skim read a few, but you probably know more in terms of an amount.
Well, if you haven't looked over much modal logic, I would recommend Helena's hangout on modal realism. That really sends people for a loop.
That isn't. Wouldn't that be more?
Lewis is the guy who does that, right?
David Lewis was the one who
Stuff-
initially had proposed modal realism.
I
It's like
like.
a thick book, right?
I like Lewis's analysis of counterfactuals in terms of modal logic and closeness relation. I like that.
Well, then you should have a fair grasp of what exactly modal logic deals with.
Yeah, but I know jack shit.
what Lewis was arguing was that modal properties not only just actually exist, but that possible worlds themselves actually exist.
Sure. This comes under more the philosophy of modal logic than, the formal modal logic.
Yeah.
But there is a connection, obviously. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, because like there's so when you're studying the logic itself, you have to distinguish between like the semantics, the proof theoretic stuff, what's the other. So I'm reading the textbooks and they always go through these things. It's like so there's the actual
theory.
What?
Syntactical theory, semantic theory, proof theory.
So the syntactic is that what it would? Is that's just the name of all the words and the alphabets and stuff? That's called the syntactical theory.
Yeah.
And then doesn't you don't actually have to use a semantic theory though. You could just use. Couldn't you just list a whole bunch of inference rules and say these are the inference rules you're allowed to use, and we don't really care about the definitions of like the truth functions?
Yeah, you could just make up a formal system, and you could just say this is a game. You don't have to interpret it in a certain way. Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, I've heard of something, though I don't know anything about it. Proof theoretic semantics. Do you know anything about that?
Proof theoretic semantics.
Yeah, I've seen that on the Wikipedias.
I don't know what that means right now. No.
Me neither. So I'm just curious as like I can find anyone who can explain it to me because I tried to look at it. It's like, huh? It's like there's usually you the semantics is in terms of interpretations. Oh, it's fun stuff.
Well, let's look at it right now. Is that what it is on Wiki? Proof theoretic semantics. Okay, let's have a look.
Theoretic semantics. Apparently Stanford Encyclopedia has an article, but yeah, Wikipedia has one too. Proof theoretic semantics. Oh, it doesn't really tell you anything about it. Is an approach to the semantics of logic that attempts to locate the meaning of propositions and logical connectives, not in terms of interpretations, as in Tarskian. Okay, so in Tarskian approaches to semantics, but in the role of the proposition with logical connectives plays within the system of inference. So it's not very informative.
No, and I get it. I get the general idea.
I don't.
Well, no, it's like this. So let's take propositional logic. So the semantic theory for that is, that the propositions map to a truth value, right? True or false, right? And you got rules for that. So A or B, if at least one of them is true, then the whole thing is true, and false otherwise. Things like that. So that's the semantic. That's a semantic theory with a particular function, which is the truth function that maps between the well-formed formulae in the propositional logic in 1 and 0, which is true and false, right? That's pretty straightforward. So now proof theoretic semantics would be, as I've just read it, would be to say, fuck that shit. We're not going to map it outside. We're just going to look at relations inside that it's doing. That's the general idea. That's what they're saying.
So you just say, but I don't know how you would make sense of it. I understand why you would want to avoid Tarski.
Yeah, it's not a semantics like semantics in the sense of you're going to assign a meaning or something. It's a semantics. It's when mathematicians, they use words, right? They just generalize the shit out of their meaning. It's just how it is, right? So it really means just a kind of internal mapping to what's going on with the connective or whatever inside rather than outside mapping. could look at it that way, right?
So you would map the function to itself or something? Like instead of a truth function, I guess you would say it's your this is the rule and your, I don't know. There's no two and two together going on in my. We can change topics. My brain.
It's pretty up in the air. I'm saying that you would take what's in the lot, you would map it to things that are within the system rather than outside, as your quote unquote semantics.
I guess that. Oh, okay. So it's
to that extent. That's what it seems to be saying.
So like, I don't know. I guess I
don't have a specific example, right? I understand it in the abstract. I want to say that up front.
I think I understand. I probably don't, but I think I do. Like what?
Well, it lists examples. I mean, I suppose I could click on the links and check them out if we.
What are we looking for examples to?
Proof theoretic semantics.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What? You never heard of that? Isn't it the most interesting thing ever?
No, that's just that's a series of words that are together, I guess.
It's awesome.
I'm glad that tickled you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be like condescending or anything. I just
No, I don't feel condescended to. I feel like this is just over my head. If you were to talk to me as if I knew what you were talking about, I would feel like I was being condescended to.
Okay.
It's a weird situation. It's like, what? I don't... okay. I'm drinking a beer. That's what I know about. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know what beer is.
Excellent. That's good to know. We're at least on the same page with something.
I just want to point out that it mentions cut elimination, and it mentions a cut elimination theorem, and I'm going to tell you up front that Matt Bell, with his knife in Glasgow, is not familiar with this.
Who?
It's a joke about Matt Bell. Matt Bell, that guy who was in here, the Scottish guy. Okay. It's a joke about Glasgow and knife crimes and cutting people up. Bad joke, I'm sorry.
Cut elimination.
So, Tom, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
That's good. This morning was funny.
What happened?
The Abel.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was unexpected.
That was interesting.
No, you did handle that really well, though. I didn't think it was recoverable, actually.
I saw it as like, okay.
I actually thought, I was like, well, that's
well, there goes that, yeah.
I didn't even try, really. I mean, you...
It's occupational hazards that I'm used to.
Wow. So how did you get into their hangout, though?
Get into what? Oh, I talked to Iron. Just networked with him.
And what
so it's a way to start a conversation. Oh, I talked to Iron Nation.
Yeah. So there's the race realists have like a group hangout themselves, and I think it's called like Race Realist Talking Points.
Oh, what joy!
Yeah, I got added to that.
Even better.
And got them to agree to a 1v1, and then for some reason there was confusion, and they still wanted to do a 3v3. And then Abel was like offended. So,
like, of course you got added to that. I mean, look at you. You're a legit Viking.
Exactly. You know,
you're like the epitome of the Aryan race right there.
Right.
But I think it was really interesting that they had their reaction to how things went. They weren't happy with it, right?
No.
Ocean, I have a question for you.
What's up?
Do you think that the Doctor looks like David Blaine in that picture?
Kind of.
I told you.
Who is David Blaine?
Okay. Second question. Do I look like a younger version of Steve based on the Steve picture present in this hangout.
Steve
McRae.
Oh, McRae? You look like Steve McRae if he was younger and cooler than he is. And cooler than we all know that he was.
Ooh, ouch.
So basically back when I had my ponytail, before my cousin shaves it off.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know if a ponytail would make that picture much cooler. Actually, it might.
I don't know.
It depends on the length.
It was a
of the
while ago, but
ponytail.
you've seen me in hangouts before where I used to have a long hair and a ponytail. And there was
Actually, I would believe that was a picture not of you, but of some movie star or something like that. If you had told me that it was like, yeah, it's a guy in a movie, whatever, I'd be like, okay.
Actually, that was a photo on a series of Valentine's V-Day cards.
Yeah, what he's not telling you is how much editing in Photoshop he had to do to make himself look good.
The only thing that the photographer changed was the color. And I knew that for a fact because it was my sister who took the photo.
Yeah, you're right.
No, like I could, if I wanted to drop myself, I would link you directly to her page.
She took the photo, but you used Photoshop.
No, she did everything by herself.
Well, that's what you say.
Right.
But I know that's what she did because I saw her do it, and I am shit at Photoshop.
That's what you say.
Yeah.
So I just Googled David Blaine, and I don't think you look like him.
Thank you. I do not look like a giant douche.
He was much more buff.
Look at a younger David Blaine, though. He does have some similarities.
Yeah, I guess look at a younger me.
I'm telling you, he does, yeah.
Yeah, when he's younger.
So I have to do more research.
I don't think he would look like David Blaine now.
No.
I agree.
No, David Blaine's actually kind of thick nowadays.
He's thick, son.
It makes his escape tricks far more entertaining.
He doesn't smile. You're smiling. That makes a difference.
That's true, actually.
David Blaine never smiles. You rarely smile when you're like borderline overdosing on morphine.
Yeah, well, all the things he does, you can't really smile. Standing on a fucking pillar for days. Being in a box for days. Being trapped in shit for days. You wouldn't be smiling if you did all of that.
Yeah, hence all the morphine.
All the practice, yeah, and the morphine, throw that in. I don't know how you know that, but,
You definitely got to throw in the morphine.
Well, morphine makes everything better.
So, Ocean, what did they say in the Hangout? Because I think we lost the thread on that. I forgot. You were saying stuff.
Oh, there will be a debate next Wednesday with Abel and Joe, one-on-one. Next Wednesday, I mean this upcoming Wednesday, and it will be on the same resolve that we discussed earlier. And it will be done in a 10-minute opening, 10-minute opening statements from both sides, discussion period for 30 to 40 minutes, and then closing statements at 5 minutes from each side. And then there will be an after show, I imagine.
Oh, goody, more race talk.
Yeah, I think that this might be an interesting debate that'll put it to not necessarily put it to rest, but might be something that's easily referenced later on to be like, hey, this is where this argument was brought up, and this was the rebuttal, so we can stop bitching, at least for a little while. It'll either put things to rest or it'll make things worse. And we can hedge our bets on which it'll do.
Well, it won't ever put it to rest for them. It might for other people.
Yeah.
That might be a service. That's
the goal.
Just as a point of information, one of the rules of Steve's Hangouts, the way that he's operating them now, is that we do not go into the race talk.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth going into the debate, but I think we can talk about the fact.
Oh no, what is it? Like you can plug it and do all that stuff, but so long as we don't delve into it, because we're getting
I
dangerously close
wasn't
to it.
on it.
No more so than would come up in normal conversation.
Right.
All right, I'll stop.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you
no
don't know
more
my
so
normal
than, like the
conversations.
Jews are responsible for all the world's ills,
Yeah, the
Like that.
basics.
I talk about that on the reg.
So, Ocean, we'd like to talk with you about this awesome site we have that has 3 months of modal logic on it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
3 months of modal logic?
To it, yeah.
That killed the conversation really quick.
Yeah, that's sorry. That's all about now.
So back to gummy worms and porn stars.
Hey man, PG-13.
He didn't say anything about mentioning gummy worms, did he?
Oh,
or porn stars in particular. So long as I don't go too much into the description of what I have recently seen.
You're dying to, though, I can just tell.
No, I'm not. You don't want to see that.
Oh, it's that bad. Okay.
It is that bad. Like Isaiah was like pressuring me to like send him the link, and I was like, no, you really don't want to see that. It's a recurring joke between us where it's like I showed them a video link a while back where it was just like they watched it and it was legitly medically baffling.
Isaiah is one of those guys that will link you to Two Girls, One Cup while saying, check this video out.
Yeah, like I made him almost throw up in his mouth with one of the links I sent him.
Oh, joy.
Yeah, so that's why I'm not going to link it to anybody.
Just out of curiosity, speaking of Two Girls, One Cup, has anyone else here been fished by that?
Actually, I have a funny story about that.
I don't believe you.
Back when I was in high school, we had just gotten these things in called smart boards, which are basically like interactive touch screens that the teachers could use for their lessons. And the teacher had left the room but didn't lock their laptop, which was connected to the smart board.
Oh, shit.
So another student went up to their laptop and put on Two Girls, One Cup.
Yeah.
The teacher was suspended because he didn't take the necessary precautions in locking his computer, and the student was expelled.
Yeah. Well, that's
So basically
pretty
on
bad.
the projector screen was Two Girls, One Cup playing, and no one could turn it off.
Oh my god!
I actually owe my current job, to Two Girls, One Cup.
I want to say that the alt-right version for disparaging non-alt-righters is Two Girls, One Cuck.
Also, remember, people like Steve's video. Check out his Patreon as well. I've been instructed to say that.
Who said that, and what did they say?
That was Ocean. Ocean is multitasking.
Oh, wait, what?
Well, Ocean is at home with someone's mom right now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
that's true.
It better not be mine. It's not mine.
Not yours right now.
Uh-oh.
I do enjoy the company of your mom.
She's like in her late 60s, dude.
I know.
Yeah. She still pays
What's
Ocean.
wrong with 60-year-olds, man?
I didn't say there's anything wrong. I'm just saying. Anyway, whatever.
I'm not that old yet.
The job I'm at right now is a call center, and I work overnights for a little over 3 years now.
Did you say call center or call center?
Call
I want
as
to
in a phone center.
Big difference between those two, but okay, right.
There was a crew. They fired 4 people in one night on the overnights because we used to be able to bring in our laptops and just do whatever on our laptops. And one girl brought in her laptop and decided to show the other girls on a fishing expedition, Two Girls, One Cup. And about that time that she has it going on the screen and everyone's going, oh my God, turn it off, the head of HR walks around the corner.
That'll do it.
And so the next night, I was on overnights. They fired everyone who was working.
Much do it. Everyone who was working that night, that's a little shit.
Yeah.
So
They were all watching it.
Oh, they were all watching it. Mm.
What happened next?
That's it. They fired him. And I started the next night. Went from working 8:30 in the morning to going to work at 8:30 in the evening.
Oh, such fun. I remember evening shifts.
And we're no longer allowed to bring our laptops to work.
Well, what if somebody
bullshit.
argued that it was motivating to watch it?
What was the motivation to watching it?
No, that it was motivating.
No. That it was motivating. It added a little oomph, you know, it woke people up, you know, when you were, oh my God! Right? And then you wake up and can work better. I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't think that's a good possibility? I think that's a good one.
I think it was to fuck with people and something that you probably shouldn't watch at work.
Yeah, but even so, if they were all actively watching it, then they weren't taking calls.
Well, we were allowed to bring our laptops at that time, and actually for about 2 weeks after that, because there was so little calls.
Oh, okay.
I like to think of it as a call center. You know.
The alt-right has cuck centers.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Is that what they're calling them now?
It was a bad joke. It's incomplete.
No, they have centers for cocks, not cock centers.
I have to work on that.
It's similar, but not quite the same.
Similar but different.
Yes. You know, because simply a cock center could be a central location where you keep your cock, but But if you are talking about a place where a cock is to be put, that's a different matter.
I think she said cuck centers.
Oh, I heard wrong.
Cuck, not cock.
I heard wrong then.
And it was not a good joke anyway.
The hell's a cuck center?
I don't know.
It was an attempt.
It was an attempt. Let's stop talking about it.
Yes.
Keep PG-13 was one of the other rules that Steve said to me.
So as long as we're not showing it.
Everybody get on cam with your cock. Dicks out for Harambe.
Ah, fuck that. The gorilla shot first.
The gorilla shot.
You know what? I would say fuck Harambe, except I googled that and I saw what came up.
What I think's hilarious is that apparently what was like 17,000 people voted for Harambe.
And the sad thing is, he would still make a better president, even while he's dead.
Yeah, I'd vote for Harambe.
Well, some people apparently did.
There are a couple of counties that
are. For a dead cat.
There are a couple. I know there's one. I've been told that there's a second now. Actually, that cities that their mayor is a dog or a cat.
Well, there was one instance in Sao Paulo in Brazil, I think in 1959, where they elected a rhino as a city councilor or something like that. And it won by 100,000 votes.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
Well, it was in Brazil, voting is mandatory, and when you make something mandatory, people begin to resent it. So eventually people will get the word out that, hey, let's do this goofy ass stunt, and you get stuff like that.
It's so beautiful.
Like that was I think that was something talked about earlier in Tom's Hangout too, where it was like, oh, Gus proposed that we make voting mandatory, and I don't think that
Gus didn't propose it. That was actually Matt Bell.
Oh, Matt Bell proposed it. Oh, well.
So
Gus argued against it.
Is it like it sounds like a good idea, except when you make it mandatory, it's not exactly a right anymore. It's an obligation, and at that point, people begin to resent it.
I could look at voting that way, though.
So did their government improve though? That's the question.
Was the rhino a good mayor?
Yeah, yeah.
Funny, the animals
He was
usually
city councilor,
are
not a
good at
mayor.
that. Go figure.
I mean, his argument was flawed at its premise, though, because he was operating under the assumption that if the people who didn't vote had gone out there and voted, Trump wouldn't have won, which is not necessarily true.
I've been hearing so many fucking weird ass excuses. I'm so tired of the whole fucking argument at this point.
Who cares?
Well, the thing is,
Canada has already begun building the wall. We're keeping you fuckers out. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well,
no, we're keeping you out, no Mexicans.
Hey, we're the ones who got all the cool shit.
I'm in Minnesota. Can you kind of just dip that fence down and go around to Minnesota?
We'll take back Fort Detroit like we did in 1812, and everything else is you guys. Maybe we'll come down and burn down your White House again. That's something different.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I live in Texas.
A Canadian doctor. What the hell is the world coming to?
It could be worse. It could be Scottish.
You could probably do that because Trump would be too busy tweeting, or he wouldn't notice.
Pretty well.
Yeah, all I used to do is send a tweet out saying that somebody somewhere poked fun at Trump, and he'll spend like hours searching Twitter for it.
Well, he's been going on about that stupid ass people booing Mike Pence at a musical.
I think he's made a grand total of 2 tweets about it, guys. Come on.
Well, there was boos and cheers. It wasn't one-sided.
More
and,
so.
It was the message that the cast gave him. I looked over it. It's perfectly reasonable. It was delivered quite politely.
Just wait until somebody shows him all the Biden memes.
I don't know. The whole thing with Pence being booed, it's like, give me a fucking break. Why don't you go and complain to Lincoln?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the cast, when we were up there, even said, oh, come on, folks, there's nothing to boo here, nothing to boo here. Like, they were being very polite about the whole thing. Like, they don't have to apologize for rejection, as far as I'm concerned.
And apparently after the show was over, they gave him a quick little talking to, trying to encourage him to not be an asshole, basically.
Yeah.
But with the whole, electing Donald Trump thing, I think you guys actually got the better half of the boat there. Yeah, it's a incredibly shitty situation, no matter how you slice it. But you got the stupid vile person as opposed to the smart vile person. And I think that's
I really don't think so. I think the American election this time, and I've said this a dozen times and I'm going to keep saying it, was essentially the choice between Godzilla and Gamera. Which one do you want to destroy Tokyo?
Yep.
Godzilla's going to destroy more, but Gamera's still going to. But regardless which one you vote for, the fucking place is going to get burned.
I prefer to think of it as an election between God of War and Kochamara.
I compared it to Lucifer and Cthulhu.
No. The concept is that Gamera never destroys much. He just fucks with a couple power plants. That's about it. He doesn't really trash that much. Godzilla will tear the place up. So ultimately, it's a matter of whether you want to watch the destruction or you want to vote for the destruction. It's if you get my meaning. It's how much of Tokyo do you want to get destroyed in the process. And I think Hillary would have been a little bit less destructive than Trump will be, quite frankly. But at the same point, it still goes toward the same end. I mean, Hillary's not going to make any changes that'll really matter.
I'd like to compare it to acquiring different STDs. One is herpes, the other one's chlamydia. What do you think of that analogy?
No, herpes isn't curable and chlamydia is, but then again, herpes isn't necessarily harmful.
If you include oral herpes, 90% of the planet has herpes.
I'd probably go with chlamydia versus gonorrhea.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, other ones.
Trump has more clap than an auditorium, so.
Wah wah.
Madame Tish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, in a choice between two evil candidates, yeah, I'll take the slightly dumber one.
Yeah, at the same point, you know, I think there was a lesser of the two evils in this particular case, particularly due to the potential ramifications of things like Supreme Court and this and that. But ultimately, the big problem in the U.S. right now has nothing to do with who was elected president. The big problem was that the majority of the funds that the DNC had collected to try and get very different candidates into office was spent on Hillary's fucking campaign. So we ended up losing so many fucking seats because none of that money was put where it should have been. I mean, what would have been the point if Hillary did get in office and it was Republican, you know, House and Senate? That she still would have been able to do a fucking shit all. I mean, this whole fucking election was so mismanaged because, you know, the elites know best. Do you now? Do you know how we're going to vote? More of us aren't. I mean, you can't sit there and go through a campaign, alienate your base, spend most of your time insulting and ragging on millennials, which is a fairly substantial part of the voting bloc, and completely ignore any independent voters that are out there. You just can't. I mean, if you pit the hardcore Democrats against the hardcore Republicans, if you pit the hardcore Democrats against the hardcore Republicans,
trying to demonize Trump's.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when the media at large is trying to demonize Trump supporters as being racist, misogynist, bigots, obviously the polls are going to be wrong because no one's going to want to admit to wanting to vote Trump until they get into that voting booth.
I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Instead of saying, you know, his voters are, you should say you have the support from voters that are, as you know, to try to draw a line that, well, Trump has the bigot vote, he has the racist vote, you know, this kind of stuff, as opposed to saying that all, kind of implying that all of his voters are. Kind of horseshit.
Not all, but a significant majority are.
A fair number, anyway, around. I don't even know necessarily.
I wouldn't even say a significant majority.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people that voted for him were people in, you know, like old coal towns and this kind of crap, where, you know, everything's fucking dried up because they can't work anymore. And what are they going to do now? We're old factory towns, similar kind of situation. And they're just feeling hopeless. And he's sitting there making all these bullshit claims, and they're just voting on a vain hope that it isn't going to ever come to fruition.
Yeah, I do think that the economic situation was probably the main cause for him winning, and the failure of Hillary to address or to make people feel like she was going to do anything about the economic plight of people in the middle of the country.
His problem was that she, as Ermine quite nicely put it, she never really kind of bridged that gap between Bernie supporters, you know? Like if you look at some of the states that flipped,
she spent most of her campaign insulting Bernie's old supporters, man.
Yeah, like you look at most of the states that flipped, they were all places where Bernie did pretty well in the primaries.
Not sure if that's true.
A lot of the areas where he did get a good.
Michigan was a surprise, to be sure, but Pennsylvania went solidly Clinton.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'd agree that that's not quite accurate, but at the same point, if she hadn't been spending a lot of time sitting there, you know, these millennials are this, these millennials are that. I mean, she lost the young vote pretty well because she was sitting there. Most of them didn't want to bother to vote for any of them.
And also, I hesitate to say this, but the entire South went Clinton, and the entire South went Trump in the real election.
Yeah. Yeah, Bernie didn't even bother campaigning down there. He knew there was no real point to it. I mean, a red state very seldom flips.
Right, but other states that Clinton won, like Florida, went to Trump that are sometimes purple. Same with North Carolina. That's been purple lately. And it went to Trump in the election. Ohio as well went to Clinton. But then it
Well,
also went to Trump.
Ohio barely went to Clinton.
You could.
But there was also some dicking around with some. There were some weird shenanigans going on over the course of the primaries. Let's just say.
I would like to touch on the idea of getting rid of the Electoral College and why it's a bad idea.
It's a terrible plan. I think that everybody in here is probably convinced.
No, I've got a different idea to fixing the Electoral College woes. It doesn't involve getting rid of it.
Is what?
My idea is basically, instead of having a winner-takes-all system, you have it such that if you win, like, let's say 40% of the popular vote in California, you get 40% of its electoral votes. In this case,
All right, but
22.
that's undemocratic. Terrible idea. Don't do that. You're electing people that weren't elected at that point. Because you're electing, when you vote in the popular vote of a state, you're voting for the electors of the state. So you're suggesting that you, by proportion, I don't know, in some states like Wyoming, I wouldn't know how you would do by proportion, or any of the other three state or
You
three
just, like,
electoral.
basically multiply the electoral vote by 100 or something like that to reduce rounding errors.
Still no.
Well, there are some states that do that. I think there's two.
There's Nebraska and Maine that do different things where they have different districts that have a separate electoral vote. So if you want to do that, that makes a certain amount of sense. But otherwise, you'll be electing, if you split it according to the popular vote and not by district vote, then you're looking at a situation in which you're electing people who were not elected because they lost the election, and then you still want to put them.
Well, you're looking at the same situation under the current system, where you're electing a president who was not elected by the popular vote.
Well, if that's your complaint, then just go to a popular vote system, and you'll accept all the problems that come with it.
So
that'd be
the only reason I propose this particular solution is because that doesn't require a constitutional amendment.
What you're saying would require a constitutional amendment, because you would want to try and control how electors get elected.
This was statewide legislation.
What are the problems that you're posing with the going with the popular vote?
For me, it makes rural votes just not matter. Candidates then focus on the cities, and nobody gives a shit about. It's the entire center of the country becomes flyover, because most of the population lives in New York, California, Florida.
I've been trying to answer or jump in on a lot of these questions for about 3 minutes now, and I freaking muted my headset.
You did that. That's your fault.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it turns into a tyranny of the coasts.
Fair criticism, then. I hadn't stopped to actually give it any real consideration either way.
The first time I gave it thought was in 2000 when it came out.
It also acknowledges that we're a nation of states. That's why we have the two electoral votes that are added to each state for senatorial reasons.
Well, what we need to do is get rid of money out of politics and
I agree with that.
have federally funded elections.
And we can have hold Trump to his promise to Bernie supporters that he tried to get rid of the FEC versus Citizens United case.
That would be great.
That'd be awesome.
If that's like the only thing he does,
well, the question is he not going to do it because
whether he's going to do it.
Flipped so far backwards on his initial campaign promises for his cabinet and his team. I mean, it is exactly. He's talked about draining the swamp, and his administration and his transition team is the swamp.
Yeah.
I guess if that's how he's going to drain it,
He's going to move them all
Trump
into the White
supporters
House.
think about that, whether or not they think that it's the swamp, or if they think that this is a good thing.
In a lot of cases, whenever it comes to politics, it's only the swamp or only the bad thing if it's the opposition doing it.
Yeah.
Forgive my ignorance, but what does draining the swamp mean?
Getting rid of corruption.
Lobbyists, basically.
Oh, okay.
And that's not going to happen. I don't know how you do
Honestly,
that.
I don't have a problem with lobbyists. I do have a bit of an issue with the revolving door.
Man.
Well, he did say something about that too, didn't he? During the that he
One of the things he
Yeah,
wants
he
to put
even
in.
outlined like a nice little 5-point plan about it, if I'm not mistaken.
I do have a problem with lobbyists because a lot of them, and I'm talking specifically corporate lobbyists, some special interest groups, whatever. But a lot of these, there have been cases recently that corporate lobbyists have written bills and then just sat them in front of people and said, "Here, go put this into law for us."
But do we really think that a Republican president, Republican Senate, Republican Congress are going to get rid of lobbyists? I mean,
no, I think they're going to make it easier on them.
Of course.
I don't believe that for a fucking minute. I said that. I tried to say that initially, at least.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't believe draining the swamp. Don't think he'll fucking do that for a minute. Not a chance.
Drain your bomb swamp.
No. He's not even planning on really draining that. Last I heard, he's planning on living at Trump Tower while being president.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Basically, Mike Pence is going to run everything, and Trump's just going to sit in his tower and tweet.
Probably. It wouldn't fucking surprise me.
That's awesome.
You have Pence as acting president and Trump as Twitter war chief.
He's gonna go on rallies and shit because he likes it.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. It's a fucking malignant narcissist likes the attention. Shocker.
Could you imagine him though going to like a community where there's just been like a school shooting to talk about how awful the event actually was?
Yeah, but there's only one problem, right? Because he's going to charge for his rallies and charge for that. It's going to be like a concert. You have to pay $50 a ticket, $100 for the front seat.
I've heard nothing of this. Is this a joke? I hope.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Okay, thankful. With him, you never fucking know.
So that's the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You should tweet to him and tell him that. He'll probably adopt it. He'll probably say, fantastic idea.
Hire you.
Maybe he'll hire you. Yeah, maybe he'll hire you.
How do you know he's not listening in now? Hey, Trumpy.
But if he hires you, get the money up front because he doesn't pay.
Oh, we know this, yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Actually, that was one of the weird things that I'm surprised the news wasn't all over is those little girls that he had sing that really fucking creepy ass song.
Oh my God, that was creepy.
He never paid them.
That was like right out of Donnie Darko and Sparkle Motion.
Oh, that was fucking scary, man. That was creepy as fuck.
Did you see?
But I thought it was hilarious because he never fucking paid them, and the mainstream, the big news outlets, none of them fucking really talked about it.
Did you see Ted Nugent?
He didn't pay them?
Ted Nugent did a little stint at one of his rallies, I think in Michigan, towards the end.
Ted Nugent was a has-been 25 years ago.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying.
I mean,
that's always a good segue. Ted from underage girls to Ted Nugent.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, that's by his own admission.
That might have caused chafing.
He's done that too. You've heard that one too, right? How he got out of going to the draft in Vietnam.
I thought you were
covering
going to
himself
say
in his own shit.
Yeah, he basically didn't change his pants or underwear for a couple of weeks, and he shit and pissed in his own pants for 2 weeks. He showed up at the draft board, and they said, "Get the fuck out of here."
That's beautiful.
Are you serious?
Yep, he was a draft dodger by literally shitting himself.
What the fuck?
Well, they're not going to let you in if you seem to be incontinent now, are they?
I think that was on. I think I heard that on through Howard Stern. So I assume it's
there
true.
was a disturbing documentary on Ted Nugent where he said that his one weakness was young girls, and he was talking about like 14, 16-year-old girls.
Ow,
dude.
And he's admitting to it, and they go into like, oh yes, he had this relationship with this 15-year-old girl, and the parents consented to the relationship, and apparently that made it all fine and dandy because it was the South.
But I don't understand why a guy would be interested in a girl that young, because a girl that age is just
Because he's a
vapid. They're
pederast?
just, well, but they're really very.
They
I'm
don't
sorry,
yet know
but
enough to know how wrong you are.
I mean,
But
it's all externalities. The girls of that age are just what would they talk about?
he doesn't care about that. There's
Talk?
probably
I'm going to say he was trying to talk to them?
Yeah, it's probably some external cues that because he's what is it, the official pederast? I don't know what it's called. I think Shadow mentioned it.
Pederasty.
Yeah, so that's all it probably consists of. And who knows?
Yeah. Some people are just anyway.
That's just all the more disturbing since people call him Uncle Ted, right? I mean, think about that.
At the same time, you know that like some of those Republican governors who got caught in like a men's bathroom with a wide stance must just feel really fucking pissed off.
Nah.
Yes, but it's not gay if you're a Republican. Senator, that is. Oy.
That's what I hear these days.
Seems to be. I have to make sure that I'm referring specifically to the congressman, though, because we don't want it to be about all Republicans, especially not the Roosevelt Republicans. They're okay.
So what we're saying here is that Trump is just going to get Skype calls from Pence to sign documents. Is that what you people are kind of saying?
Well, considering that they have that automatic document signing thing, all he needs to program in just have it program in his handwriting and or other his signature, and it'll sign for him. He just has to get the okay from Pence. I mean, he has to just get the okay to Pence. Sorry.
Okay, Shadow. For a long time, you kept bringing the point to me that I kept making the argument that Trump was unelectable. You kept making the point that it might be Trump because Hillary's unelectable. I have to now announce that you were right.
Yes, I was, wasn't I?
Oh my God! I mean, I was shocked, probably as much as anybody else, but you were right.
Is there money involved?
No, there's no money involved, but
No, just from day one, he was like, "Oh, Hillary's going to be our next president." I'm like, "That bitch is unelectable." There's no fucking.
I mean, I was not going to be happy with the Hillary presidency, but like it just.
I mean, that would be the reason why we would have a Trump presidency.
Probably.
I was saying that the whole time. It's like if there's a reason, it's because Hillary's unfavorability numbers are, high as fuck.
They used to not be like that high up until the email scandal broke
Higher
out.
than an 18-year-old girl in Colorado.
Oh yeah, even before the email, though, I didn't take the email. Everyone already hated her.
Well, no, her unfavorability wasn't really that big of a deal up until around the email scandal. She was still, because I've looked at like the Gallup polls.
No. What I'm saying is, even before the email scandal, there was a significant portion of the American people that just absolutely hated her, many irrationally.
Because she's a bitch.
Yeah,
your mom's a bitch.
Well, that's also true, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh,
that's why she was good in the sack.
Yeah, exactly. Nootropic knows what's up.
People have always hated Hillary when she was first lady in the White House because she was a bitch back then. She was a bitch during Bill's first campaign trail, and she just doesn't really come off as a likable person. What are you going to expect?
I mean, the thing is, if you're going to be running for president, you need to be able to motivate people, and she can't. And with how many people already hated her out of the gate, I mean, she was already at a massive deficit.
Remember, she pretty much has the ability to not motivate. Like it's like this weird, almost supernatural ability to not motivate anybody. It's almost kind of crazy. Like you would think
she's a very cold, effective person.
Yeah.
The problem is that doesn't get you votes.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Like just raw pragmatism doesn't go anywhere as far as exciting people.
It used to sort of be the standard before George W. Bush became president.
But the worst thing is, since she's got in her older age, now that she's getting up there in the years, she now comes across as like the mean granny.
Yeah, that's true. But it's because that's what the pragmatist is in later years. Is the mean granny.
Yeah.
She's that horrible granny who doesn't understand people. Like, remember, I think it was the most cringiest thing she said during the campaign. Remember when she made that Pokemon Go reference? People to Pokemon Go to the polls. And then what the worst thing she did was, like, she kind of thought that was clever. She gave, like, this weird, like, this smile, thinking that, that was a clever joke. That was what was in her mind.
You don't think that was a clever joke? I thought that was
she
really
thought
clever.
that was clever. That was
I thought that was clever. That was really clever.
Yeah. Yeah, gave that smug little look.
At the point at which that comment was made, my daughter got up off the couch, walked down the hall, went to her little brother's room, opened his door and said, "You're Team Valor, aren't you? So's Hillary." And I hear him going, "No!" Like, okay, that was funny.
I always figured that Bernie Sanders was Team Mystic, and that Trump
had to be
Team Valor, and that Hillary was Team Instinct.
Is this gonna spread through Europe? Like, they've already got Brexit, they got Trump in America. Is Marine Le Pen?
No, I think her It spread to America.
Yeah, it's the entire reverse of what you think it is.
No, but it's gonna go further into Europe. Like Germany's got.
It's already been further into Europe. Germany's got.
Germans have already been marching against immigration for like 3 years now.
But they're about to. They might.
Merkel is up for election again.
Yeah, she might. The AFD party could get into power. Geert Wilders could get into Netherlands. Marine Le Pen into France. It's a whole slew of populist right wingers. It's going to be a fun time.
Actually, I'd say
as long as they're all
Germany going far right isn't exactly what I would describe as a fun time.
I'm kind of just playing around here, but I
think the whole world.
For a vast swath of American history, we were the country that people went to when they had nowhere else to go, and we're we're shutting that down. So where the fuck people going to go now?
Well, people will still come to America. I don't think.
Well, they could come to Canada, but y'all crash our servers.
Honestly, I don't really think. I mean, unless if there's unless if Trump actually gets his way with the economy, I don't really anticipate much changing. Like him I don't think he's going to default on the debt like he says he might do. I think I think he can be swayed. I mean, Trump's a very swayable person, from what I've heard.
Your mom's a swayable person.
Honestly,
especially in the swing.
Whoa!
Hang on a second. I've been actually talking about potentially seeing about moving to Canada for about a year and a half now. And I'm really pissed off that Trump ended up winning because the property values have almost tripled up there in some areas, at least doubled in most.
That's actually true. I doubled the rent on my units right now, actually.
Now, the thing where Trump...
I had a few Americans seeking permanent residency, and we just decided, hey, next month we're going to double the rent.
Yeah, pretty much. But, I mean, all the property values up there have skyrocketed pretty much since the fucking election. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, you can move to Canada, but what you can't do is take your money with you.
Man?
You can't expatriate your money.
Slowly you can.
That sounds like
not without paying hefty taxes on it.
Yeah, like you could transfer it all into Canadian currency, but you're still going to end up paying for doing that.
Yeah.
For a nice fee.
So you can move to Canada, but you will still pay taxes for America.
And given the exchange rate, you'd probably break about even.
No, well, I still think the American dollar is worth more, right?
Oh, it is. It's worth 25 cents on the dollar.
Fuck. Wow.
25 cents on the dollar? What?
Yeah, we're 75 cents of your guys' dollar right now.
That's not...
That's
not 25 cents on the dollar.
25 cents on the dollar means something very different. That was like I'm sitting here going, "What are you talking about? Yours is worth about a."
Right now is the.
No, like what I meant was, our dollar is worth 25 cents less than yours.
So that'd be 75 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
75 cents.
Oh my God,
on the dollar.
This wage gap between Canada and America.
So
I was thinking more something along the lines of just moving my money into a Canadian bank. We have some in the area.
So out of the Trump cabinet members who have either gotten a position or are being considered for a position, which one scares you guys the most?
Prudent discourse. Oh wait, never mind. He's not.
No.
Steve Bannon or Flynn.
They're already in. So.
Oh yeah. I
Well,
know
no, they haven't been approved as of yet.
Oh yeah.
They've been nominated.
Nominated. Okay. I can't really see Flynn.
Oh, I don't know if Steve Bannon will make it past the White House or past the House, because then it falls upon the. That's a big deal.
I don't know. As long as I can see Bannon getting through. I mean, time is running out. They've only got 2 months to get these guys through the Congress.
Well, Sessions
they have
has
to get
already
to Congress.
been.
Do they have to get to Congress before he becomes president?
I think so.
Not before necessarily.
I think Sessions is the scariest.
Well, and Session has already failed a confirmation.
Yeah, because he was too crazy back then.
Yeah, hyperbole.
Of course, he also got
ornament.
elected to the Senate afterwards.
In Alabama.
Yeah, keep in mind it's fucking Alabama.
He was too crazy. He was
He
too
is all the
crazy
stereotypes.
then.
Whether it's hyperbole or not, I feel like the Nazi Party is taking power.
Like he is all this the Southern Alabama stereotypes. He has the funny fucking accent. He's super conservative Christian. He has sex with sheep.
Do you want to go by his full name? Jefferson Beauregard Sessions.
Beauregard.
Oh God,
you've got to say it with finesse, sir. If you're gonna say Beauregard, you've got to say Beauregard correctly.
Probably going to go into the 50s, 1850s.
Rudy Giuliani, Attorney General, U.S.
Well, he's.
What do you think?
Sessions has been nominated, but that would be the next guy, I would imagine.
Yeah.
What happened to Giuliani? He used to be a stand-up guy in the aftermath of 9/11. Now he's just.
No, he really wasn't.
I don't know when that was.
I thought he was. You didn't see him.
Yeah, he was a hero because he was dealing with a really shitty situation, and he managed to do a job that anybody could have done well. And
all right, that's fair enough.
Not long after the buildings came down, a sheik that was visiting the area from Saudi Arabia, I believe it was, offered a shit ton of money to Giuliani to help with the rebuilding, and he said, "Fuck you and your money, Arabs."
Well, it was a Saudi.
Great guy.
No, he just either turned into or remained a racist afterwards.
That wasn't quite how it went. It was something like the sheikh had offered some money, but he made some remarks about Western foreign policy causing 9/11 as a reaction.
Well, he was right.
Well, no, I'm not saying he's right or not. I'm just explaining the extra detail about why Giuliani refused the money.
If you brings it, you buys it.
There's some more who are being considered. Like Giuliani could be Secretary of State, which he's about as unqualified for that job as you can possibly get.
Was it the Department of Interior that he was considering Palin for?
Yeah, it could be Jan Brewer. Who used could be.
Yeah, but who's in the Department for Anti-Science and General just fuckwittery?
With the current cabinet, all of them.
Yeah.
We could get lucky on a couple. There's like a dozen guys being considered for Secretary of State. There's a few of them that could work out. I know Jim Webb's being considered.
I heard your mom was being considered.
Yeah, that could work. I think she'd do better than Rudy Giuliani.
Who's going to be? I'd be really interested to know who's going to get Department of Education. That would be quite interesting.
It will not. I think I know. It's going to be Bill. It's probably going to be Bill Evers. He's a pretty conservative guy on education. He's against Common Core.
Where do you read about these people?
There's New York.
I'm like, who the fuck is that?
You just go to the New York Times. Go to the New York Times shortlist.
It's basically the person who has liked the most of Trump's tweets.
Well, in that case, that should be a shoo-in.
I think Trump should move the Oval Office to the beach and command the tides not to come in.
Maybe he'll build a wall around the ocean.
Do you think you would declare a war on Poseidon?
Yeah, maybe. If we can win.
He's going to go full Caligula.
Yeah.
All you need to do is get a bunch of new wagers.
I think Doctor was the only one who actually caught the reference that I was.
I was going to say that what you need to do is get all the new agers to actually convince them that Atlantis is going to rise and they need to defend against Aquaman.
Yeah, show them a live action Aquaman movie
Yeah,
and
that'll do
tell
enough.
us a documentary.
Hey, well, maybe there could be the best case scenario. We might actually have.
No, show him the cartoon when Aquaman invades. That'd be enough for him. He doesn't need live action.
Oh, can I talk about what the best case scenario under Trump could be?
This is just a military prediction of what will happen. It's just Justice League thrown at Atlantis.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, the best case scenario, peace with North Korea, thanks to the efforts of Ambassador Dennis Rodman.
He's banned from North Korea, isn't he?
No, he's
buddies with Kim.
He was. Then he did something insanely stupid a while ago.
No. Okay.
Well, maybe. Trump can always send his sons over, Uday and Usay.
Yeah, but they're not basketball players.
Oh, okay.
Uday and Kusei.
Uday and Kusei, I would say.
I still think that if and the funny thing is if he had a sense of humor, would be the kind of son of a bitch that would do it. But I've been joking for years that what we need to do is tell North Korea that we're going to enact the Dennis Rodman missile shield. So if he launches any missiles, we're just going to swat them back down on the ground. Just have all the NBA players lined up and ready.
Why? Sarah Palin will put Brondo in all of the sprinklers for the agriculture.
Yeah, no shit.
It's got electrolytes.
It's what plants crave.
That's my favorite.
How does it feel watching the movie Idiocracy become a reality?
And realizing it was fucking prophetic? Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be funny, and now it's just horrifying. Watch some clips on YouTube sometime. It's just like, oh my fucking god!
Clip, and then it kind of came together to me what that movie was, and then I was like, oh god, we're doing that. We're gonna get into a situation in which we have a bunch of celebrities running, like Kanye 2020 people. Let's do it.
Well, Kanye just came out.
This weekend.
Just came out and said that he likes Donald Trump. I think just.
Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit about Kanye.
I
think that an endorsement from Kanye is incredibly important.
Okay, worst case scenario.
Narcissist to the next.
Worst case scenario, y'all change your constitution so Justin Bieber can run for president.
Okay, no. Hang on.
That motherfucker would win.
This weekend was the first weekend since the election that I had the kids over. And they both came over there and I'm like, hey, Dad, how's it going? So, and the immediate thing that I asked them was, okay, so which district do you want to be part of when they start the Hunger Games? First question I asked them when they got over here.
Well,
my daughter said either one or two.
I pledge tribute.
I would love to see you at Christmas.
Tribute. Ocean, are you going to produce all my balls?
What?
Ocean should produce all my balls.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
From Idiocracy, come on, that's the show in Idiocracy.
I've never seen it. I've just seen some clips.
Oh, man, you have to see it. It's awesome.
This is why
I've been told that
Hunger Games. More people have seen it.
I think all my balls could actually, well, in a sense, we do have that, don't we? Some of the real life shows are like that. The American Ninja shows and stuff like that.
Reality TVs are the furthest goddamn thing from reality. Every one of them's had a scandal that they were faking shit.
You know what's been the funniest thing?
Well, to be fair, the Duggar family was not faking their scandal.
No, I'm not saying the scandals were faked. I'm saying that. Oh, never mind.
The funniest thing that's come out of this election, though, remember all those people during the campaign who said that there was no way Trump could win publicly, like Jeb Bush, Obama, a few late-night comedians who said there's no way Trump's going to win, and we have it all on tape.
Like John Oliver saying, "Do it."
Oh yeah, that was like back in 2013. Like, I will personally write you a check on behalf of this country that does not want you to become president,
but desperately
wants
you to run.
Well,
thanks, John Oliver.
Thanks, yeah. And then there was one with Obama. He was reading Donald Trump's tweets. It's like
that was
he's reading his own tweets.
Yeah.
No, it was reading Trump's tweet to him.
Like, President Obama will perhaps go down as the worst president in U.S. history. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a U.S. president.
Yeah, he definitely went down as a U.S. president.
What fucking amazes me, though, we have a president in office that literally doesn't understand humor and wants to open up the libel laws to sue more comedians. What the fuck?
Sorry.
Wait, what?
No, he said we have a president in office.
I meant about to have, rather. Sorry.
He needs, I think Trump
To
Trump
sue
needs
more Canadians?
Not Canadians, comedians.
Oh, okay.
We got to sue more Canadians.
He needs
A comedian makes a joke about him. He tries to sue them. Ask Bill Maher about that one.
I remember that one where he said that he was a bastard child of an orangutan.
Bill Maher is not a comedian.
Orange orangutan.
He's a comedian.
Bill Maher is somebody who talks
Going
occasionally and says things that I sometimes give a little bit of a chuckle at.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, now Bill Maher. Well, yeah, the guy who sued Bill Maher who tried to sue Bill Maher now has an army. Wonder how he feels now.
It just makes me wonder, how, because I have like a mild concern at this point for like the black bag type of deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you criticize Donald Trump, what exactly will happen? Are we going to retain our freedom of speech, or is there going to be something like our freedom of speech is actually somewhat at risk given how he's behaved in the past?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, given his most recent tweets, he's just going to retreat to his safe space and work it out from there.
Okay.
No. Oh, fuck.
Well, what he should do is he should dress up in green clothes and get stilts and then get loudspeakers and put like beanstalks and yell "Fee, Fi, Fall, Fum" at the top of the tower. Now, that would be good.
I can't wait until like all the foreign leaders come to visit the White House with Trump, and oh my God, how do you think they're gonna? I think that it's gonna be so easy for a lot of these foreign leaders to take advantage of Trump, though.
It's what my big concern is. All they have to do is flatter him a little bit, and he'll do whatever the fuck they ask him to.
Oh, I think Netanyahu's probably in for a very fun 4 years. So will Sisi, the dictator of Egypt. Oh yeah, a lot of those Middle Eastern guys. I think they're
Seeing
really
as he declares that he likes people that compliment him. Oh, I like him. I think he's a great guy. He said nice things about me. Do I? That's all it takes.
Well, God, like Trump's understanding of foreign policy is hilarious because it's so contradictory. Like he contradicts himself like every Tuesday, essentially with his statements. He wants to have closer.
No. Tuesday's the one day he doesn't contradict himself. You had it backwards.
Keep your shit right.
Okay, sorry. What was it like? I think the funniest one is that he wants to have closer relations with Russia, but he also wants to have closer relations with Turkey, who wants to oust Russia's main ally, the Syrian government.
He's going to be the best at it, though.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to work out that contradiction, but
he's going to work out your mom's contradiction.
He's going to work it out with the best words, of course.
His mom's contradiction. His mom can. His mom's cunt can speak. What?
We're going to be doing it big league.
Tell me I heard that wrong.
Everything's going to be big league.
Yeah. One of the things that actually helped Trump early on in his campaign, like, when he first started, like back in 2015, he did talk about a lot of the corruption in the VA system. That's actually a worthwhile point. That is something we should address. I think Trump's going to really let a lot of people down. That's my worry, because a lot of people have been waiting for a long time to see the VA system get reformed. And I think they've really put a lot of hope in this guy because he's the one who talked about it probably the most out of any of the other candidates. And I think when they realize that it doesn't get much better.
No, it's not a matter of that. It's one day they will sit there and go, wait a minute. We never did ask him what he meant by reform. Reform how? That might have been an important question we should have asked.
Well, by reform, he meant fix.
Or fix. Yeah, whatever. Fix reform.
Don't you see? I'm glad we're on the same page now, Shadow.
Get my boards move, you asshole.
There might be some room for hope there. They're saying that he's probably considering appointing Jeff Miller to be the new Secretary of the VA. That could actually be a good thing.
Jeff Miller.
He worked with Bernie Sanders, actually, like with some on VA bills back when the VA scandal broke out a couple of years ago.
Your mom broke out a couple of years ago.
Okay, can you stop that?
No.
No.
All right.
Is
If-
that
if
I
you're
imagine
good-
he'll stop when your mom stops.
You keep telling that woman to get off, but she obeys.
She says yes, and it keeps going.
Okay. Prudent, he's a Republican. They think that your mom jokes are actual humor.
Exactly.
Mm. But he's an Eisenhower Republican, so he's not a real Republican.
God damn it. The problem of him. Wait. So I'm not the real Republican.
So you're saying that he thinks "I like Mike" is actually a clever slogan?
I like
Okay.
Mike.
I'm just saying, being an Eisenhower Republican is a little bit different than by today's Republican standards. I'm just saying.
I've actually never heard it called Eisenhower. I've heard it called a Rockefeller.
Rockefeller, Eisenhower, come on, like it's the same thing.
Roosevelt as well.
Roosevelt.
Rockefeller.
I could have sworn that those were different people.
I wish Obama had been a Rockefeller Republican. That would be an improvement.
Kind of
that would,
was. Like, I don't see him being really much different than one, the way he governs.
I don't know what you're doing, Prudent.
But you need to stop.
Put a cork in it.
I didn't say anything. What?
I think maybe you just got a farty chair.
Your mom's got a farty chair. Prudent, stop it.
that would be me.
Prudent, your microphone's in your rectum or something.
What?
He still doesn't. Oh my god.
Prudent.
Prudent,
Stop
oh my
with your
fucking god,
microphone,
dude.
Come on.
What? There's a problem with the microphone?
It sounds like you're sitting on it on a vinyl chair. Thus the
Like, you
take
have
it out
to
of your
know.
rectum joke.
You have to know.
Oh, yeah, I am sitting on a leather vinyl chair. So. Would it make you happier if I wasn't sitting on the chair?
It would make us happier if you weren't making all the noise into your microphone.
Yeah, actually tonight was an interesting night. I've come to the determination that I'm going to need to block somebody on Google Plus.
Who? And why?
Rob Beasley's back.
Oh shit.
And he and and the thing is, I was initially told that he was back a little bit a while ago. I'm like, yeah, whatever, because I was told that he seemed all right. Well, apparently he's starting to get obsessed with varied people online, which has gotten him following me again. Hey.
He just wants to understand you.
Oh, shut up.
You see, you're a good wolf.
No, he hates me. Because I try to do things like explain to him what good wolf and bad wolf actually means and what the ego actually represents in psychology and, stuff like that.
Tell him.
But yeah, I was part of the whole breaking him thing because after I sat there and basically let him make an ass out of himself and turned all of his little supposed allies in his room against him, he then decided, because, I manipulated the room. It wasn't like there were any real smart people and there was like Rose Patton and whatnot. Oh yeah, it was like Rose Patton and this other guy that thought he was a wannabe pro wrestler drunkard idiot that he's like sitting there telling them how enlightened they are. I'm like, dude, really? But anyway, yeah, I got both of them to turn on him a little bit in the hangout and kind of let him make an ass out of himself. And the next day he's going around saying that he owned me in that hangout. I'm like, what? Really? But after that, he just started obsessing with me. And when I saw the follow request, I'm like, oh, crap. This means that he's going downhill again and starting going into, like, madness again. And that's no good. So going to have to block him for his mental health. Because, well, I did record I recorded a live call that he was on while he was actually being taken away to the proverbial funny farm.
I saw that.
Very well viewed off-air video. I mean, for something that was never actually posted publicly, that thing got a lot of hits. I was fucking amazed at how many. But yeah, I don't want to be a part of him descending into madness and having to be recommitted again. The reason why he was committed had nothing to do with any of the people on YouTube. His daughter, from what I understand, actually called to have his ass put in because his feet were turning purple. He was having health issues and was not taking care of himself. But yeah, I do not want to have any place of him in his next walk down crazy road. I mean, ultimately, it's himself doing. It's him doing it to himself. But yeah, I have no interest in having any part in that. Oh, and apparently, I'm seeing crap here in the external. Apparently, I should remind people that Steve has a Patreon.
I already did that. Yeah, I posted in the live feed.
Yeah, but it's been a whole 5 minutes.
Ah.
And it's like, what is it? It's like the second, third week of the month when it doesn't fucking matter. It only matters at the end of the month, man. You get paid on by the third, between the first and the third.
I don't know. I got paid through Twitch.
No, this is Patreon. Patreon pays off around about the second or third. So it's almost pointless to even advertise at this point. When I was doing my shtick, I was only advertising like 1 week a month at the very end because I hated annoying the crap out of people with the constant thing. There we go. More fucking windows open. Good grief. See what's going on in the external. Do we even have any viewers? Why are we still live?
Because despite having mod powers, I can't actually terminate the hangout.
Oh, that's true.
No, you need super mod powers for that.
Yeah, and also the conversations have been relatively entertaining.
Oh, 25, okay. There we go. Yep, 25 watching, sure enough, okay. You're still watching. Yeah, at one point we had 30. I don't know, it was fluctuating. When I first popped in to take a look at the external a while ago, there was just over 20.
For anyone here who has followed the Bible Thumping Wingnut show on Sundays, apparently tonight was a smorgasbord of really crap science.
It really was.
Did they bring up plumial halos again?
No, it got worse.
What happened?
God.
What channel is this? What are we talking
Bible
about?
Thumping Wingnut.
The Matt Slick show.
I went on and I just asked a couple of questions and they pretty much spun out of control from there.
Well, to be fair, Brenda, they absolutely hate you, Brenda.
Yes, I know.
Well, the scientific expert of the show, Rappaport, brought up tonight. Scientists know we have blue stars, which can't last millions of years, and that's why they assume that there must be an Oort cloud that makes new comets and new stars.
That was a new one to me. I've not heard that one before. I've not heard.
Okay, I've heard of the Oort cloud with comets, but not blue stars.
What does blue stars have to fucking do with anything?
Wow.
Nothing. It stems from them not being able to understand light shift, basically. Not being able to understand redshift.
Red blood cells in a T-Rex. We found soft tissue in a Triceratops. Look up Mary Schneider. Red blood cells.
Schneider.
Oh my God.
Not Schweitzer.
She's not a Christian. And she doesn't like the Christians use
no.
this as an argument for a young Earth. Why?
I love
Because she's
Schneider.
an atheist.
She's a Christian.
Mary Schweitzer is a Christian.
Yeah.
And it wasn't soft tissue, it was fossilized soft tissue.
And it wasn't red blood cells. It was heme compound.
Hemoglobin breakdown products.
Oh, Steve is here.
And then he goes ahead and repeats that the Oort cloud was something that scientists came up with to explain that comets and blue stars exist.
Do you have a link for this?
Hang on. The other thing is, it's not like they cut through the fucking bone and said, "Oh, look, there's tissue." They left it in acid too long.
Then he goes up. Matt then brings up the fact that epigenetics is trying to be squashed, and that scientists are trying to squash it.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done it before. He doesn't even know what epigenetics means.
He insists that epigenetics poses a problem with evolution because it's information that is already there. Joy.
Yes, and then he brought up the moon, and
he brought up the moon dust.
Receding moon.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
Did somebody point out?
The
Did somebody point out to him that creation.com says that's a shitty argument and don't use it?
I think he went to creation.com and only checked the "do not use these arguments" list, and then used all of them.
Then Matt brought up the fact that his sexual orientation is to be repulsed by trans and gay people.
Yes.
Hey, General wants in.
And at that
Anybody
point,
that's,
someone corrected the
camping?
report, and then he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Mary Schmeltzer."
Is anybody camping? Do we have any packing peanuts? We're all chatting.
I'm here.
Okay, we know Brenda's here.
Haven't heard from Justin in a while.
Yeah,
but-
Justin Potts, you here?
I haven't heard Justin at all, in fact.
Yeah. All right. He has alts. He can come back in. All right, come on in, General.
General,
Matt Slick was saying that.
That was cold, Char. That's okay. No.
So
stay.
was Matt Slick saying that his sexual orientation should be repulsive to trans people?
No. He was saying his sexual orientation is to be repulsed by trans and gay people.
Yeah. Well, he's a cock. What is it? What's his problem?
Well, what does that
Can
mean?
anyone hear me? No?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Oh.
Who was trying to get in? Was Gentle?
I could leave, though, if you guys are
No. We could. Hey, Nootropic, you still here?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
still here.
All right. Well, it looks like everybody's here. Albatross, you still here tonight? General.
Steve,
Yeah, I'm
you're going to
sure.
have to let me
I
host
think
you
I
sometime.
think he was actually having a conversation with them.
Okay.
Steve, at some point you should really let me host for you just so we can test out to see just how fucking unmanageable the new corporate hangout size is. They increased it from 15 participants to 25.
Yeah, that's unreal.
What?
What's the link to that latest hangout with Bible Thump and
want
Wingnut?
to see that.
No, you don't.
I do too. That's why I'm saying he's got a
Oh
broader
my
viewer base.
God.
He can get people in for shuffles, but I want to fucking see it once.
Shadow,
Yeah,
can we team up
once.
for this?
Oh yeah, that's the idea. No, that's the idea. All I need to. That's the idea. I can contribute to his fucking channel for if he'll let me, for that matter.
If it was actually corporate, though, like, I can almost get it.
Hey, Steve.
This is a corporate account.
I know, but I'm saying in a business setting, I could almost see how that could work.
Right.
Yeah.
Steve.
Because the majority of people would be like shutting the fuck up.
Yeah, because they'd be like, let the boss talk, right?
Yeah, Steve, I just want to say I can leave. So if you want to invite somebody, just let them know. I'll leave now.
Sure.
Actually. Okay. All right. Take care, guys.
All right, thanks, buddy. All right, General, hurry. General, come on in.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're going to have to
Brenda.
fuck around and see how full we can get a room to see if they were bullshitting when they said it was 25 now. I just want to see it once.
Yeah, I just found this. I just found a link. Thank you, Brenda. So, Slick Answers dealing with bad arguments and open.
Look at the spell.
7
look at
hours
the
ago.
Shadow. The true challenge would be to manage G-Man's room with 25.
Oh, fuck no, man. No. No, I actually, back when I was doing it, I mean, I could actually get 15 going back when 15 was a cap. And we'd
Can
get to
anyone
about 13,
manage-
14, 15.
Can anyone manage G-Man's room with G-Man in it? With two
No,
people?
no.
Like,
No,
and
what I
her-
was going to say, what I was going to
Actually,
say
yes, you
is,
can. If you have a pretty white girl.
Oh, there you go.
Takes is one fucking dipshit that wants to disrupt the room, and the entire thing falls into chaos.
Gotcha.
And G-Man is always
So
that guy.
let's get General a broadcast, shall we? You know, Steve is
I
like,
don't
let's
have
get General
mods,
in here. Let's get General in here, and then he's like, I'm just gonna leave him hidden.
Yeah.
Well, Doctor's got mods.
I have a question for Brenda.
So does Brenda.
Yes.
If I
What
can
is it?
ask.
What?
So I've asked this to other transgendered people before, and I'm really just looking for an honest answer, whatever it might be. If there was a way to treat transgenderism by altering your brain to match your body, would you be for or against that?
Oh my God.
It's a tough question, right? I'm just saying, like,
I don't know.
that's a good answer.
There have been times when I have been very down, and I've
Yeah.
thought that would be preferable because it's very difficult.
Well, it can't be done.
On the other hand, my life and the pluses and the minuses are what have made me who I am, and so I would be somebody different.
Yes.
And I think in a certain way, I would not be me anymore.
I totally agree. What if it could be done early in your life? Like sort of at the first thoughts you had.
How about if you could detect it early and simply abort babies that are trans or gay?
Well, that would be terrible.
Why would that be any different?
No, well, no, I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you,
involves
because
So
I don't have these answers. That's why I'm asking you. I just wondered what your thoughts were, because I've asked other people that and they've said, hey, if my brain could just adjust my body, I'd be happy with that. Some people have said that. Other people haven't. So I just kind of wonder.
I would be happy being a chick.
I don't think I could know. I
cool
think
with
that that's a typical male fantasy. That's not how
I would never leave my house. Are you kidding?
That's a typical male fantasy. It's not that. That's not reality.
And it's not a typical male fantasy. That's the weirdo.
It's just Steve's fantasy.
It's just me.
Oh,
just mine.
No, it's not that unusual.
Your mom's my
I know it's not that unusual, but Steve is.
Your mom's my fantasy ocean.
Get out of my house.
I've had enough psychotherapy to know that most men fantasize about being a woman, and most women fantasize about being a man, but for different reasons.
I don't think I would enjoy it. I like being a man, actually.
Women fantasize about it for the power, and men fantasize about it for the sex.
I will be honest. I have actually
been a woman. And I was like, I have been a woman before, and
maybe
great in high heel styles.
Maybe it's just my weird scientific method way of thinking. I have actually thought about crudely what do women think when they have sex with a man? Like, I've actually thought as a male, I know what it feels like as a male, but then how does it feel as a woman? Like, I've actually thought that.
Well, I know what they think.
It's the same. Is he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah. How did I end up with another loser?
I mean, no, but to be fair, like, as a woman, I've thought, what would it be like to have sex as a man? I get that. I understand, like, the.
Well, let me describe it for you.
No, you don't need to.
No, she means experientially.
But also, like,
you're gonna get.
I actually enjoy the thought of power as a woman. Like, to me, that's actually exciting to me. Like, going out and just being a woman and just being powerful as a woman. That's fun to me.
Women are far more powerfully sexual than men. Oh, by far.
I'm not even talking about sexual. I'm talking about, like, in business or in, like, just, like, in our society.
And everything.
I love it. Like, I can do it. I don't have a problem with it. It's fun.
So, real quick, General, you were in that discussion with Slick, right?
Yeah, I couldn't actually, because I was respecting I wasn't just going to go in and like barge in and go, hey, they were talking about the most boring stuff, and then when I got back, Matt Slick left, and I finally, I don't know, did you see me chat with Andrew?
I saw parts of that. I saw parts of that, and that was fairly painful.
Don't get morally destroyed.
Now,
if you guys want to see, it's like the next. It follows after an hour into it. Finally, we got into discussing young creation, but I got it out of him. Basically, he was advocating apparently a new book that's coming out for creation science, and I asked him a question. What's your foundation for being a young creationist? He ultimately said it's the Bible. And so I said, so there's no science that can showcase the young creationist view. He then rattled off Mary Schneider instead of Mary Schweitzer and things like that. I then brought up the contentions going, look, that's not evidence for young earth. It then literally dissolved into a discussion on Genesis. That's all it was. So as far as science goes, they just don't want to talk about it.
Well, and let's not forget that Rappaport is the gentleman who, when asked about evolution, says, well, what do you mean? General or special evolution?
I love that. That's my favorite.
General or special revolution.
And that's, in fact, that's another thing, because these are Calvinists, and hence they had this high standard on the Reformation and Reformation thinking. In fact, when you actually see the discussion, like a typical Calvinist, they'll ask you questions in this very presuppositional way of talking. And so one guy comes back to me saying, oh, and by the way, I mentioned that Mary Schweitzer is a Christian. Then one of them came back saying, oh, but the Bible is not her standard. It's the universe and science is her standard, not the infallible scriptures. By which I then replied by saying, yeah, your own Reformation creed actually upholds the book of nature as being equal with scripture. So the book of nature should be as, like, you should see it as important as scripture. And they just shut up. They didn't actually respond to that.
They also said that we have the best scientific evidence for creation, which is Genesis.
And none was mentioned.
Actually said that.
Yeah.
No, he said that it was Genesis. That's really weird.
Genesis was their scientific evidence.
Yes, that's their scientific evidence is Genesis. Because it's an eyewitness account.
Oh, wait, what?
Is that why?
Yeah.
Well, except it's not an eyewitness account, even by their own standards. It's a secondhand witness written by Moses.
Okay, wait, no, Van, I've covered this before back when I think it was Ken Ham or Ken Hovind was sitting there making the claim that they had an eyewitness. The eyewitness they're claiming is God.
Well, they are claiming that. However, it was
not the author. They're claiming God is their eyewitness.
It's a second account.
Is that the best scientific evidence? Is God being the eyewitness?
Yeah.
So the entire thing boils down to a fundamental misunderstanding of what the hell science even is.
So wrong. I mean, but everybody gets kind of shit wrong every so often. But how can this group of people be so wrong on so many different branches of science so consistently is beyond me.
Well, simple. Your mother holds you under the water a little too long when you're a baby.
It's because they don't know enough about the book that the Jews wrote.
What about Blue Stars?
I didn't know what Blue Stars were, so I looked them up, and I got diners. There's a song and diners, and there's also an avenue, I think, called Blue Star.
Well, the thing that they were bringing up, and the reason they brought it up, is because blue stars have a very short lifespan.
Yeah, there's a spectral class type called O. You have O, B, A, F, G, K, M, whatever it is.
Actually, blue stars can be two different spectral types.
They're generally blue, whitish. They're a main sequence star.
Char's like trying to object.
I'm just
Hush, Char.
saying.
Men are talking, Char. Men are talking. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, though, that blue stars themselves, they're not a thing. Like, they're just a state of a star, right? Like, there's tons of different stars.
It's a type of star, yeah.
It's a spectral type, that's all.
It's also a type of a star because they go through stages, right?
Yes.
It's not just that. They're also a type of star.
What's
They're a
called
type
blue
of stars.
stragglers, and
Like
you do
our
have
star will
like
never
blue
become
shifts
it,
and
it's
red
But it
shifts.
has absolutely no relevance to the age of the universe
Well,
and or
actually,
anything.
by their convoluted thinking, blue stars have extraordinarily short lifespans.
Oh my god, yeah. So
Really?
Yeah.
to them.
They burn
Huh.
Yeah,
They
and
have
red giants, some of them have very long, to like that trillions of years life expectancy. So yeah, I don't see their point.
Well, by their convoluted logic is what I said.
And then it was something to do with the Oort cloud.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
The Oort cloud makes blue
By the way,
stars.
I could
Brenda.
not get him. I could not get a clear answer from them on that.
Or cloud.
The
Red is going, what the fuck? Red's got to listen to that. Oh my god. He must be shitting
scientists had
himself.
to come up with the Oort cloud in order to explain comets and meteors. I don't know, something like that.
Blue stars. And the Oort cloud. I just about
Brenda,
lost my
how
mind.
I didn't really watch because before the after show, you were talking to Metzlik at the start of the show, right? In the,
Yeah, it's fairly early on. Yes.
Was it a lengthy discussion? Because I only saw like 2 minutes of it, and then I joined the after show.
It's not terribly lengthy. I rarely get very much out. I can get 1 or 2 sentences out before they either respond or they lower my mic volume.
You were telling Matt that when Matt Slick was presenting the T-Rex fossil, and then you were basically going, "Oh my God!" Like we responded to all of this. It's not. In fact, I'm trying to paraphrase what you said. You said it's you've totally misunderstood the data or something, and I don't know.
I don't really recall. I don't really recall what I said.
Okay.
It's the thing is that I didn't really expect that. The Gish Gallop works pretty well. I mean, he just peppered out about 4 or 5 things that
all wrong.
Yeah, that I didn't, and I'm not terribly familiar with. I guess I was expecting something a little bit more elevated than the direction that he took, and I wasn't prepared, and I did just kind of make generalized responses to some of what he said. Some of it I said, well, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. Well, I know a little bit about that.
The woodpecker thing was pretty awesome.
Oh God, the woodpecker tongue.
I was already.
Are they still talking about that?
As soon as he mentioned woodpecker, I just about lost my mind. Because I knew
they got that something off of that
I've
from
got
like
a woodpecker.
Uncommon Descent or something, didn't they?
All right, Ocean, make your joke.
It's all from some creationist website. And it's all garbage.
But watch Andrew's face in my discussion with him. He got so uncomfortable. You could see it in his. He kept having to readjust himself in his seat
because he was so turned on.
Well, they have a hard time understanding.
That was a serious
you
question. I don't know.
Because you're a Christian, but you believed in evolution, and you basically don't believe as they do.
Yeah, he then claimed that he went to Hebrew school for like, I don't know, I could be wrong on this figure, but for like 4 years or something. So he's well aware of Jewish literature and Jewish commentaries and things like that. So I just sprawled up like at least 6 names, really good Orthodox Jewish names, scholars in the text that agree with me. And then it boiled down to, well, can't we just read it plainly without having to go to all the scholarship and stuff? And then I'm like, but when you going down to the foundational level, which is the Hebrew text, you will then come across, or you will ask questions like what these scholars are asking, like the definite article, like why is it not included when actually it should be if it's a 25 period, and it's interesting that brains just narrow down and shut off, and it's like they have horse blinders. I like this. It's as if they like this young earth position, and anything contrary is like, ooh, it's out of my comfort zone, and I can't have that.
Hey, General, do you mind if I ask you? Because I've heard you talk a lot about science and stuff, and which I have no disagreement with. How do you what do you see the Bible as? Because I actually don't know that.
It's a book, I heard.
Just a book that has a lot of history in it, and
do you see any like God inspired elements?
Is there any gaudy stuff in it?
Yeah,
or is it just not gaudy stuff?
But you wouldn't take any of it literal in its interpretation?
It depends on which text you're talking about, and
okay.
Yeah, because that's a pretty broad brush.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, I just wondered because I've heard you talk about the science, and I've never really disagreed with any of your science, so I'm just kind of wondering how you see the Bible fits in with it. But
I just see it as a pretty very intriguing text that the more I look at it, the more my hair stands on end sometimes.
Okay.
That's the best I can describe it.
That's fair. Thank you.
In fact, just to, because I find this amusing, when it's kind of like an epiphany when that happens, because I make studies, Bible studies for my university group of students during the lunch break. During the process of making the study, when something hits me, I have this habit of smacking the table, then walking out of my room and doing one of three things: either going and making tea, or going and having a shower, or just going and running around the block, like, exercising or something. Because it hits me that much. I'm just like, what? Like, and that's not just the Bible, it's also science as well.
Yeah, no, and I mean, that actually used to happen with me when I understood a math thing really well. I'd be like, yes, I get it. I understand math. It's mostly calculus, right? Like, I get that. But no, I understand too. Like, I used to have, Hugh Ross that McRae had on his Hangouts recently.
Oh, yeah.
I used to be like a huge admirer, and I had all his books, and I used to be totally into him. And there were things that I thought made a lot of sense, but I mean, since I've kind of disregarded them and realized they were nonsense. But I mean, at the time, I kind of felt that too. Like, I thought, oh, look, this fits with the Bible amazingly, and I used to get really excited. And yeah, I get that.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a time when I was really trying to make the Bible work for me. In the end, it kind of didn't, but I get what you're saying, because I think there are times when it does. So that's cool.
Okay. It's interesting. So are you like a ex-Christian, agnostic?
I'd say at this point I'm probably an atheist in terms of the biblical God.
Okay.
But I mean, it's hard to define, because nobody. I mean, if you talk in G-Man's terms, yes, I believe in cheese, therefore I'm not an atheist. I mean, it's hard to say.
You believe in cheese?
Yeah, because G-Man, if you believe in anything, you're not an atheist.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
It's a dumb
G-Man's
definition.
G-Man is
no,
also
I've been nailing him
I
down.
wouldn't.
on
I
that
wouldn't bow to
lately.
that definition in any way, shape, or form.
I wouldn't bow to any definition.
It's not even worth mentioning as a caveat. It's so stupid.
Well, I've been trying to hammer G-Man down on that, because he's supposed to debate me at some time on. Apparently, he can show that I'm either a Levian Satanist or some kind of a polytheist.
No, well.
And he started asking me like a series of questions where it's like, well, are you a humanist? Nope.
If you think you're your own God, then you're just fucked.
Yeah, like, well, do you think you're your own authority?
Well, there you go. You're your own God.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, well.
Because he
Doesn't he
means
say
like
that if
total
you think the
authority in a
pharaohs
libertarian
existed,
sense.
You're
a theist. If you believe anyone ever called themselves a god, then you're a.
Yeah, that was another one, which was
It's retarded.
if you believe that there is a statue of a Greek god somewhere, and you believe that statue exists, then you believe there is a god.
And this is the only reason I'm hesitant to use the
I
word
agree with that.
atheist. I'm really hesitant to use the word atheist because, and even Matt Slick, right? Matt Slick thinks,
because of G-Man's bad argument?
no, because if Matt Slick says if you think you're an atheist and Matt Slick says you're an atheist, then obviously you're a Satan worshiper. Like, I mean,
Why?
I'm just saying there are people that don't understand the word, and I don't want to use it because it's so misunderstood.
Well, yeah, we call them radical evangelical
So
fundamentalists.
I would rather just tell people what I think and why rather than label myself, right?
Like, well, I can understand the natural aversion to like an atheist. I prefer to just label myself as a metaphysical naturalist. It kind of like cuts through everything right there. Until Ocean comes along and throws a monkey wrench in everything.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just wondering which. So what was the extent in like? Did you grow up as a Christian, or did you become one? Then leave the faith? And you
I was a
mentioned
Christian.
studying Hugh Ross. Like, what books did you look at?
Oh, I was a Christian. My parents
Wait a minute.
would. I went to church 5 or 6 times a week.
Wow.
From the time I was small child to probably I was 18 or 19, maybe.
Sorry,
even
did you say
20.
5 or 6 times a week
Yes.
to church?
Plus more because my father was the custodian of the church, so I had to go early on Saturdays and Sundays.
You were that family where if the preacher was wiping the windows, you would go to the church and fill your pew and watch him do it.
I used to scrape gum off the bottom of the pews every
Okay.
weekend. Okay, that was me. We went to church twice on Sunday, once on Tuesday, once on Wednesday, twice on Friday. I don't even remember. And then there was Sundays, or sorry, summers, where that whole like the kids. You know that movie? What was that movie with the kids where they went to church? The summer camps. That was me.
What, the Jesus camp?
Jesus camp. That was me. I totally did that.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was me. I
I
totally
thought you were
did.
going to say Hell House.
No, Jesus
Oh,
camp.
that's
I
a
did
fun
that. I did Jesus camp. Yeah. I mean, I was at church more often than I was ever at school for a little while. It was crazy. But I liked it. Like I had friends and stuff. I didn't really like all of it. And then I started to learn science in junior high, and I was like, what's going on? What's happening? And my parents were pretty cool because they were like, well, listen to your teachers, but we don't really understand how God did things, so just take that into account. But my parents were kind of flexible, and that saved my life, I think.
Oh, well, how flexible are your parents?
My parents were super liberal considering my church, right? Like my mom had gay friends, which was unheard of. Yeah,
A scandal.
Totally. She had gay friends, and she was like, you know what? They can't help it. That's how they were born. And I was like, really? Okay. Well, that changed my opinion on so many things right there, right? Considering what my church would say, but. No, it was really difficult for me, and then I hit university, and it was just all over because I just had too many questions and no answers, and I couldn't do it anymore after that. It still took 10 years, but that was the beginning of it.
Okay, because I became a Christian in 2009.
Yeah.
I was 21 at the time. And and that's another thing. Becoming a Christian is like, the amount of stuff I know now is back then I knew nothing.
Well, and becoming a Christian, I don't even understand what that means because I grew up as one, right? Like I don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
And
right, okay.
And
right,
so to me, when I hit around 18 or like when I hit university, I was like, I have to understand what being a Christian means. So I started reading the Bible. I started investigating, right? And at first, things like Hugh Ross and books like that, like where I could just kind of grasp onto Christian ideas.
Which, by the way, Hugh's not really favored amongst fundamentalist Christians. And I'm thinking,
no, I know.
Jesus Campbell not like Hugh Ross.
Yes, I agree. Right. But I mean, that was where the science was. And that's what I felt. That's where I felt I needed to go. And that was the best I could find. And I kind of grasped onto that and thought, well, if I can just find these reasons to believe. And I just kept looking for them. And I found a few. But overall, they just kept getting shot down. And I just never really got there. And so I ended up going into engineering in university, and I ended up meeting people that didn't believe in God. And that shocked me, actually, because I grew up in such an isolated community. I didn't even understand that there were people that didn't. And then I traveled. I traveled for a year. I saw the entire world, not the entire world, 31 countries. It was enough. And that just shook me. Like I just couldn't believe anymore after that. So I'm still open. I'm not like settled per se on the idea of there not being a God, but I just cannot make it work in my mind anymore.
Well, it was like you said, it was the traveling of the countries. Was it? Did you go to a bunch of underdeveloped countries and
lots of Europe, Asia, India,
If
a
you're
little bit
realizing
of
that okay, there's a
Africa.
lot of suffering in this world and in these underdeveloped countries, you know what?
But no, it wasn't even suffering. It was the fact that there wasn't any. So you could go to a place where, like, say, Malaysia, which has a completely different belief system, right? They're fundamentally Muslim, I guess, but with a loose Muslim, not fundamental Muslim, but Muslim nonetheless. And it's a country they just live like us. Or you go to a place like Laos where people are kind of not very religious, or maybe a tiny bit Buddhist, but they don't really give a shit, and they live like us. It doesn't really matter where you go. People are the same, and that was what kind of struck me. It doesn't matter what your religion is. People live the same way we do, fundamentally.
Mm.
They do.
I mean,
so how do you?
that type of thinking, because I'm from India.
Yeah.
I'm from Hyderabad, but I'm not Indian.
Yeah.
I'm Anglo-Indian, but yeah, I used to, and I still have these thoughts now and then, whenever, because being multicultural, and Australia is becoming heavily multicultural. So for example, I'm in Japanese kendo. I visit Japan now and then.
Yeah.
For the kendo tournaments. And sometimes if I see a really weird thing in reality, like ranging from the suffering child in Africa to either a rapist, and I remember that rapist in Europe that held his daughter in the dungeon, down to just obscure existence of things on the side of the road. Like, I would then ask my question. A question that would pop up in my mind would be, what gives this substance existence? The fact that it even exists. Like, why would a god have this to exist? Those would be questions for me that it's sort of like my atheism is still there, sort of thing. Like,
Well, I don't even ask those questions. Like, to me, it doesn't even matter. Like, if you look at things from my perspective, it makes total sense. There are some people that do terrible things, and there are some people that don't. I don't really see any distinction anywhere.
right.
And,
No, but when you said when you travel, immediately I was thinking of that, because that's immediately what I start. Because I don't know, that's my mind. I start
right. I'm just saying, though, like, religion, from what I can see from traveling, religion plays no role in how good or evil is, right? Like people are good, people are bad. It doesn't matter.
Yes. Yeah.
The religion of the country doesn't matter, right? Yeah. That doesn't play a part. So obviously religion is completely irrelevant in terms of what people would do, good or bad, right? To me, people can be happy regardless of their religion. So again, religion doesn't matter in terms of happiness. I just couldn't see. Like, I always thought Christianity was this thing that was the good thing. It was the right answer. And then you go elsewhere and you realize Christianity is so irrelevant so many other places, and it's no different. To me, right? And I mean, and like I said, it was, I don't know, 31 countries. A lot of them were probably Christian anyway. Maybe half of them. I don't know. I think I've been to 50 countries. 55 or something in my total life. I've traveled quite a bit. And I just don't, Christianity just seems irrelevant to me in the grand scheme of things.
And then there's the ISIS.
Well, and I've never traveled to any Muslim, like heavy. Oh, I've been to a couple of Muslim countries, but not like Middle Eastern.
No, I meant the ISS, the International Space Station. That currently now on YouTube has live, feed of it orbiting the planet. And sometimes I view that, like, whenever I'm preparing a math lesson, I'll just have that, playing. And I recall, I think it was Beethoven, like on his deathbed, he said his final words were something like, "Finally, the comedy is over." Because I'm looking at the planet and I'm seeing, just look at the amount of things that are going on that planet right now. Even from space, you don't know what's going on, but Trust me, there's a lot of things going on, really ugly stuff going on, and it's sort of it's like a comedy. I mean, it's got the best of life and the worst of life on this rocky planet that's just, you know, rotating and orbiting the sun. And I think to myself, you know, it's kind of like Ecclesiastes. Everything is pointless.
But at the same time, I can imagine much worse, and I can imagine much better. I kind of think we're kind of in the middle. Like I don't know. I mean, the worst has happened a few times, and the best has happened a few times. But for the most part, everything's kind of like around 50-50. Right?
It's similar to the... Oh, sorry.
Well, and the other thing is, like, I think overall, we are living in the happiest times ever in terms of history, right? Like, I really do believe that. And so when people say, oh, we're just declining into this apocalyptic nightmare and everything's going to go to shit, I'm just like, why would you even say that? I mean, people have more money, people are happier, there's more rights, there's more freedom, we have more food. So it angers me. Well, it angers me.
I would argue technologically and as far as knowledge goes, oh yeah, we're living a better life. But I would any day, being in Australia, I would any day choose a farm over a city.
Sure, you might, but
I don't know. There's something about the artificial nature of a city that can be very draining.
Sure, and I think everyone has their preferences, right, and their dislikes. I mean, but I'm just saying that.
And I live in a city.
Yeah, well, but less people die, right, on a daily basis,
right,
than they did during other periods. And
I'm actually
more people die.
I'm actually on like a statistics site right now. Look at this. This is in terms of number of people living in in extreme poverty. It's the lowest it's ever been in recorded history.
As far as number of people total?
Yeah, not even like by percentage, but by number of total people. Look.
Oh, well, then I don't understand that, because the number of people in poverty right now is more than the population of the world at some points of time.
In extreme poverty, like there's
extreme poverty. Talking about $1 a day, right?
Yeah, like $2 a day.
That number is north of 25 million, right?
No, it's 700. Oh, it is 705 million, but it's
okay.
It's 705 million.
My point is made.
In 1970, it was 2.2 billion. So to go down from 2.2 billion to less than a billion in a span of 45 years is actually pretty impressive.
And that's only one measure.
Either that or the value of the dollar has gone down significantly.
But that's only one measure of how people live, right? And when I watched some of was Pinkerton, what's his name? Steven Pinker? Steven Pinker? Is it Pinker?
Yeah, he's I've listened to some of his stuff. He's great.
Like some of his stuff is pretty interesting, and he's got some pretty interesting statistics to share, and I think it makes a pretty good argument for us being in the most peaceful time ever.
Yeah, I got one for that too. This is a great site called ourworldindata.org. It's by a British anthropologist named Max Roser. He's always updating stuff. Yeah, great stuff. Look, here's the number of battle deaths since the end of World War II. Notice how right here, this little period right here, it's at its lowest. And keep in mind, like, this is also in the period of the Iraq War. So even despite Iraq, we're still living in the most peaceful time. And it's not even just like Iraq. Like, there's still wars going on in Africa. I mean, Africa is even more unstable than the Middle East. Just nobody talks about it because we don't have any troops there.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly.
Like, no one talks about Rwanda. There's still problems there. Nobody talks.
But even if you look at things like back 1,000 years or more, we still have data to support that this is more peaceful than it ever was.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, I really think, like, people don't get that. Like, they think this is the end times, apocalypse is coming. It's like,
it's peaceful because of scientific enlightenment. That's the irony of the whole thing.
Yeah. And look at this. Here's the number of deaths due to genocide.
Because of nuclear proliferation.
I mean, it was really bad, obviously, during World War II, and,
of course.
And then, of course, there was, Mao's Great Leap Forward. But look at this. This is after World War II, and here we are right now. This is after Rwanda. Yeah, it is at its lowest ever.
Yeah, if you can find anything about the Mongolian, like Genghis Khan era, that was really bloody. Which people don't realize, right? Like they look back at these old ancient eras and think, oh well, you know, like it wasn't that bad, but they have no idea.
People don't really understand like historical perspective. They only want to look at like how bad things have gotten, you know, over like the last 15 years. And it's like, okay, even though we've done a lot of stupid shit over the last 15 years, you don't seem to understand the greater picture, like how much better it still is compared to where the period that your parents lived in or that your grandparents lived in, World War II, period.
Well, and the very fact that like when my grandparents went to school, there were times when polio would strike and like the school would be closed down, and then when the school reopened, 7 or 8 of the kids wouldn't just show up because they'd be dead. And people don't realize that those things happened all the time. Like it was common for just kids to die of some disease or some epidemic that went through the city, right? Like,
well, I'm glad that now we have vaccines to complain about.
Well, I'm glad that we have vaccines, to complain about because they're making us all sick.
Well,
they're making us all autistic.
Not much longer. Not much longer, though.
Yeah.
The bacterial resistance is increasing.
This vaccine doesn't have much to do with bacterial resistance, though.
Vaccines
It's
don't.
like antibacterial.
So
yeah.
My bad.
So
that has to do mainly with like
That's
people
another thing. Yeah.
Here's another
not
one.
finishing their prescriptions.
Yeah. Here's another one. Population and the percentage of the
Well, if I don't get sick afterwards.
In democracy, look, you see that's in the green right here. It's been going up and up and up. And see this little purple area right here is the population that was colonized, gone. It's gone.
I'm glad to see.
Yeah.
For sure. It's weird. I went to India, right? And there was so much hatred of Americans and sort of what Americans had done to India while Americans had colonized it and blah, blah, blah. And British too. British
You
too.
thought that was weird?
I was about to say, like, hey, Americans don't colonize places. We're imperialists. We're not.
We tried briefly with the Philippines, but that didn't work.
British, right? And then we went to Britain right after that, and the British don't really recognize the damage they've done, I don't think, with their colonization of other countries, and that was really interesting.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they actually think they did a good thing, and I'm not really sure why, and I'm kind of confused about it all, but...
There was a very crude joke that was told by a comedian by the name of Frankie Boyle. He's a Scottish comedian where, you know, like,
Frankie
he paints a picture of a child in a museum asking, why are there so many African and Indian exhibits in the British Museum? And the father turns to the kid and says, because gun beats spear. And it just kind of like gets like a offensive roar of laughter from the audience, and it gives them a moment of sobriety where it's like, yeah, we kind of went there and screwed up everything for them. It gives people a moment to think about things.
Yeah.
When you can't defend your shit.
I just remember when we were in London seeing there was a big memorial that was a memorial to all of the Indian citizens that lent their lives to defend Britain during the war. And I couldn't help but think how many of those Indians, like in India, decided to actually give their lives for Britain during the war, or how many of them had to. And I just, that whole thing, like, I just can't really get on board with colonization. It just doesn't feel honest to me.
There is the argument with colonization that, and again, I do not make this argument. I'm just telling you what they're telling me. Some just say, we should have just kept those areas colonized, because a lot of those areas actually did go to further shit after the colonizers left. Because the problem is that
I have to agree with that.
Well, yeah, people have agreed.
Actually, you know what? I actually just agree with
Well,
it.
no, but there's a reason why that's the case. A lot of, and it's the same thing that African dictators do today. It's the divide and conquer game. Like these, just like the old colonizers of the past, they would keep all these different tribes they would make sure that they would they would be at war with each other, always in constant conflict, just to make sure that it would be easier to rule over them because they wouldn't have a common enemy. Well, that's kind of the same problem with Africa today. But the fact is that the colonizers still, they still manage the situation where they did rule by divide and conquer, and that's still going to have an efficacious effect even after the colonizers leave.
I got an idea. Let's just hand the Middle East back over to Rome.
Yeah, that could work. I don't mind that.
Okay, cool.
Might be better.
I think.
But yeah, I mean, if you go in and just destroy a country, however it is you do it, how can you expect them to recover or recover in any sense that's meaningful?
Well, Africa's made some. I mean, Africa is just kind of hard to. It's hard to recover Africa because there is so much tribalism that's always existed there.
But what do you think India would be like if it hadn't been so strongly colonized?
Well, I don't know.
An extreme
I don't know
caste
either.
society.
How can we know? How can we know? That's what I mean.
Well, they still are. Well, yeah, could have been a worse.
It would have been probably ruled by the Marathas.
Caste society.
Maybe.
Like maybe somebody
Well,
would
the
have
caste
developed
society
as a
isn't exactly gone either.
India.
No, it's still there. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, India's kind of a miracle when you think about it because, and I don't mean that like in a super.
So let me point out real quick. India was on the way to being united before the British took it over. So that was one of the reasons why it was so easy to take over.
But like the fact that they just went straight to a democracy, they're still a multicultural society with over 30 languages, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Again, they were on. They like the Chinese have always seen themselves as one land. The Africa does not.
Yeah.
Africa's more tribalistic.
So I think Thailand is one of the only exceptions, right?
Well, to be
Thailand
fair, they saw themselves as one land, and then they split off and made Pakistan.
No, it's because of Islam, though.
No, but Pakistan.
yeah.
Well, Pakistan was due to British, right? Like that was after World War. Oh.
No.
Yeah,
No.
my OPAR actually in the 50s.
It was due to increasing tensions between Hindu and
When
Islamic
India
leaders.
got its freedom, got its independence, Nehru was really trying hard to keep them together, and then he just reached the point where he's like, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, my OPAR, and so he was a general in World War II. He was with the Gulkhas in Burma fighting the Japanese, and he then retired. But then late 50s came about this civil war between Pakistan and India, and he had to go back and basically, it was one of those daunting moments. Like it was pretty bad. It was pretty, the civil war was pretty bad. So.
I was gonna say there were some other imperialist interests I do remember. Like I know the reason, like one of the reasons why Pakistan was created was to buffer off the communists in Iran from the communists from India. It was basically to create a buffer zone. That was at least one of the reasons, because I know the British had a heavy involvement in Pakistan, in creating Pakistan through the partition of '47.
Well,
so I'm pretty sure that Thailand was never colonized. Is that the case?
Pretty sure it was.
I think that was the British, yeah.
Like they're pretty proud of that.
Wait a minute, hold on a second.
What do you think of that African girl going, decolonize your mind? The Africans need to start fresh. No Western science. Start again.
Fucking stupid.
I have words about that actually, because I have a certain amount of understanding for her, because she's like Africa was colonized to fuck, to the point where now anything that's seen as a result of that colonization is negative.
That doesn't really matter. Like science is
yes,
universal.
It does.
But science is universal.
I don't care. That's not the point.
It's the perspective, and I get it.
I know that you really, really want to interrupt me, but I really don't want you to. So, it's to the point where they see everything as from colonization as bad, and everything from the West as bad. So it results in this situation where science is a product of the West. Therefore, it should be at least it should be they should look at it more from their perspective and try to recreate it, because there could be problems with it. It's under suspect because it's Western.
Yeah, I really don't care about their perspective. It's still ridiculous. It doesn't
I don't
matter.
necessarily mind them starting over.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, it doesn't really matter. Like, science is universal. Like, the metrics of science apply everywhere. They don't just apply to the West. They apply everywhere. Right?
Culturally,
Have you not seen that awesome new video that came out of that African university where we have to decolonize science?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Right, that's what we're referring to.
Start over from scratch, because the white man's science has denigrated society, prevented.
Right.
Like,
I mean,
I actually had people
the
actually
destruction
argue.
of their history has come from the West, so the destruction of their history comes from a lot of the ideals that are coming over there. So it makes sense to say, well, let's just eliminate everything from there. Doesn't mean they will.
Yeah, but science is science,
later.
right? I mean, why get rid of science, right? They're not going to discover anything that science.
All right,
It's not-
I'm
it's
talking
not-
about the
from
perspective,
scratch.
and then you're talking about you're just ignoring the point.
It's not about getting rid of science. It's about getting rid of everything because they can't decide what's good and bad.
Well, just
No,
because
it was.
They wanna start
in the case
fresh.
of the one
Just
we
because
presenting,
science-
it was literally getting rid of scientific inquiry altogether.
Like, just because
Where it
science-
was, if this
How do they
group
know what it
claims
is?
to be able to strike down another group with lightning,
Yeah, they wanted to get rid of the
we
mythological
should consider
naturalism.
that something worthy of scientific inquiry.
Right.
No.
Well, I think it is.
But like,
Oh yeah. Well, you believe in Odin, of course you do.
No. That's. I think that you would too if you were honest. What is not worthy of scientific inquiry of a claim like that?
You guys, the Americans just elected Trump as president. I think that's a pretty good example. I think that's a pretty good example of just wiping the slate clean and starting fresh.
That's probably not gonna.
I kind of agree with that.
Right?
Actually.
I mean, like, let's throw away science. Let's
I
just
took
elect
that as
Trump
an example
president.
that we as Canadians should not dumb
And we
down
can
our
work-
science any further.
Well, I hope us Canadians don't. That's true.
Yeah,
And
but
we can
we'll
work
all
off
be over there, up there. Give us a few hours. We're going to be leaving.
We survived
Canada
what
now.
10 years of Harper. We can
But
get
But
through
look,
this Trump thing.
but Steve, you see this parallel, right? Like electing Trump as president is kind of the same thing as just like wiping the slate clean and just start
Well,
again.
Sure. As we start off with our foundation of Trump, the thing that we can always, encourage us to keep moving forward is his mouth, the shape of it. It's whenever
Anyways,
he's about to talk, it's
Just
like
wrap it up.
Yeah.
I'm going to be wrapping it up. So put your final thoughts on, and then I want to talk to General for like 2 minutes.
I
So
have one thing I just wanted to say back. I'm just taking us back to that part where we said that there's good reasons to be optimistic about the future. Here's probably the best graph I just want to go over. This is the world literacy rates. In 1900, about 79% of the world was illiterate. Or around 80% of the world was illiterate. Today, 80% of the world is literate. So it's actually it's made the complete reversal.
do you have one of those for scientific literacy?
Just literacy, just general literacy.
Yeah, have one for find one for scientific literacy. I'm curious.
Yeah, that one. That's going to be probably the next big project. I
That's
guess.
tricky because science has improved. So that would require more of
Well, I would measure
models
scientific
of
literacy
science
just on the basic understanding of what science is.
That's,
Well, after
that's
seeing the
never
claims that Andrew Rappaport was making, I just don't think a lot of people are
Blue
scientifically
stars
literate.
come out of the Oort cloud, guys.
Fucking hell.
That you got to admit.
Okay,
that
I've heard of the comments.
That might
Not
qualify
the
me for
blue
dumb
stars.
fuck of the year, and I don't want that to interfere with mine.
Why is the old cloud being mentioned so much? What happened?
Well, because it's how we explain blue stars. Otherwise, how
Because
would
that's been around for a while. There's been some young Earth creationists who think that because periodic comets that has sometimes less than a thousand years, they have to be regenerated, right? They have to be destroyed, so they need to come from somewhere. So they formulated the Oort cloud.
Yeah, we
Right,
already.
but they're under the impression that the Oort cloud has not been proven, which is true. It has not been proven to exist. However, there's overwhelming evidence to suggest that it does, but has not been confirmed yet. So that's true. So they're pulling this kind of hyper skepticism thing. Well, there's evidence that it's there, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. Therefore, you can't use it as an example.
Well,
sure we can.
what if blue stars don't exist then?
I don't even know where that came. I don't grasp that at all.
We
I don't
could get a blue star any day, just out past the orbit of Pluto. It could just happen.
just spontaneously generate a blue star in
Spontaneously.
the,
Oh,
in
look,
the
there's
Oort
a blue
cloud.
star.
Yeah. How pretty!
Yeah. We could have total daylight 24/7. Oh wait.
Well, I told you I wanted to ask them about polonium halos, but Bible Thumper Wing doesn't even know what the hell the argument was, so he just blew me off.
Well,
I'm
didn't he
still-
like link you to something about carbon dating?
Yeah, he looked at me something about radiometric dating, and I'm like, this has nothing to do with Gentry's argument here. Nothing.
I still have yet to see a single creationist like come up with any refutation for endogenous retroviruses shared with other species. I do not understand why there
Like the
isn't
ERV
an
argument,
argument.
don't you?
That's
Well, because it hasn't been refuted.
Well,
I've never
they just say design. God put that stuff in there.
No.
why
It was
would
the
God
devil
have-
that put that
Yeah,
there
but-
to
yeah,
test
but
your
then why-
faith.
Then why is he lying to us? Like, why is he trying to set up the world in a way that it looks like everything evolved?
That's why
But
Beethoven
Steve,
ended.
See,
Oh,
I would
shit.
almost accept that, but the only thing I've heard so far is that ERVs don't exist. That's the only refutation.
Well, so
I've heard.
did you watch the hangout that I had with Paul Humber,
Yeah.
when I asked him the question on Gulup's pseudogene and how it was, you can see in the phylogenetic lines how it's been broken and been changed over a period of time and how it affected hominidae, and all he heard was phylogeny, and he started bringing up Haeckel's drawings.
They
That's
had
all he
no
heard.
idea. I know.
And I'm like,
But Haeckel's drawings came up again tonight in Bible Thumping Wingnuts.
why did that keep
I
coming up?
remember a
Because
couple
they don't
years ago. I was talking with, and this is when he was a little less crazy than he is now with Arcane. I brought up ERVs. His response was similar species with similar genes in similar environments means that they'll have similar viruses. That is Arcane Logos's.
That is, but that's not a refutation. That's horrible.
I know,
right?
but that's
Like,
Arcane's response.
the best you could do is say God.
You know
put
full well
the-
that you can fix the Gulop gene just by eating a lot of vitamin C. Tommy Hall said so.
That's the Tommy Hall hypothesis. Yeah, well, this is the level that we're dealing with. Oh, you didn't hear that? You didn't hear that one, General? You didn't hear that?
No.
Yeah, Tommy Hall actually wanted to do experiments by depriving pregnant women vitamin C to see if their offspring would somehow fix the Gulop gene and take over and be able to produce vitamin C. He didn't even think about any kind of bioethical issues, not to mention the fact that the Gulop pseudogene is missing its 1 through 6 exon and I think 11 in its promoter region. So, yeah, okay,
Well,
great.
to be fair, this is a guy who doesn't exactly have a favorable view of women to begin
Isn't
with.
Tommy the one that didn't know about bone marrow and blood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't know where
So why would he
blood
want to
came
do
from.
an experiment like that?
Yeah.
Oh, there's some other ones. I think the best. Oh, sorry. The funniest thing I've ever heard about evolution came from G-Man. Apparently, let's see, because we can never actually figure out what the common ancestor of all life looked like. We don't actually know anything about evolution. I think he also once asked, "What's his name? Like, what's the name of the thing that is the common ancestor?"
You know what's funny is we can really trace back pretty much to the first domain to basically where bacteria and eukaryotes and protists actually started diverging. We can go back that far, almost 4 billion years. We can go back, and they're like, that's not good enough. Well, the fact that we can go back that far.
Why
You know
don't we
what,
just give it a
Steve?
name? Let's call it Jake. I think we should call it Jake.
Yeah, what's his name? What's the name of
give
the
it
first
Jake.
common ancestor?
It's a name. There you go.
You know, Steve, you should
It was a
really
girl
make a
called
game
Tiffany.
now for your hangouts where it's who said this quote, and you provide people a list of
that'd be fun.
5 options from the Clown Car Posse.
I already
and
know
we have
what
to figure out
some pie. I already know who said some
which
pie.
syntactic bastardization
I'll tell you what, we might play that
is
on New
attributed
Year's
to
Eve.
which person.
I think for our New Year's Eve hangout, we'll have that.
I think the best that I don't know. There's gonna be. I think half of them will probably be from G-Man. Unfortunately.
No, half of them would probably be from Ronnie.
Neffy.
Eulogy and I have this guy named his name is literally DSCCCCC, and he's just stuck on this thing about trying to equate evolution to robots and cars and to airplanes.
Good God.
And he doesn't understand that they're not biological systems. They're not fucking genetics. There's no reproduction there. He's doing this Ship of Theseus type thing, and it's just, God, it's driving me nuts.
You know, The only non-biological parallel I see to evolution might be language.
Yes.
Right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, like I see an evolution there that's not biological but similar. But other than that, like what?
Because if you look at the cladiogenesis of evolution, how speciation exists, and the things branch off, linguistics is a lot like that. In a way.
Yeah, but I can't really see any parallels anywhere else.
But according to G-Man, words have intrinsic meanings.
Your
I don't know
mom's
where
got
he gets that
intrinsic
from.
meaning.
All right, say what you guys say so we can finish this up. And like I said, I want to ask General. Hey, General, do you want to maybe do a hangout tomorrow? I'm gonna watch the rest of this video with Andrew Rappaport, and maybe just kind of like dog on it.
Well, it is about time you got a different target.
What do you mean? Like, what's happening?
Well, I haven't watched the rest of the video. I want to watch parts of it. I mean, I want to see what else.
The one with
basically.
Yeah, they're talking about yeah.
Oh, okay.
After he watches.
Just watch from 1 hour in. Like when we go to the Stein sub and you see my photo appear.
I tagged Rappaport on my message in the Great Debate community, but these guys don't ever respond to any of these things. They don't care.
No.
They need to come in here and debate the
Were
issue.
you to make a video of him, he would definitely respond or invite you onto the show or something.
I wouldn't. First of all, I wouldn't go on their show, but I might make a video. But I'm not stupid. I've learned my lesson. You don't go on these fucking shows where you know you're going to get talked down, muted, volume changed. I see how they treat Brenda. I'm not interested. If they actually want to learn science, they can come in here with real scientists that we know that can actually carry on a conversation with them.
Well, another way is you could just like assert right away, like, look, I know the shit that I'm talking about, and explain why you know what you're talking about. Kind of like what Alex Malpass did. And after that, you kind of have them on the ropes if you can clearly explain it to them.
True.
You guys, you know.
I can explain to them. I'm sorry, go ahead, Shar.
They treat women differently.
I should tell them next
Yeah,
time
no.
because Andrew and these guys were talking about some GOP conference coming up where all these Christian apologists are attending, and I feel like telling them next time. Let's just say all science is just completely annihilated, right? Like kind of like that African Girl statement, and we just have
Calvinists. I want to
Calvinists.
discuss that with Steve a little bit more later. The African Girl's comment.
What?
In fact, this is a thought experiment I want to ask the Bible thumping wingnut people. Like, we just have Calvinists left. There's no one else. It's just you, young creationists that happen to have survived this apocalypse. How would you rebuild society with the knowledge that you have? You can't.
Well,
so
God would
all these wonderful conferences and all these grand, I don't know, theological papers and blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, now what? It's just a philosophical statement of some theological point of view. That's it. There's no like
they have no
legitimate
science.
Scientific, help.
They
No,
think
no.
they have science, but they don't.
That'll
what's
be
so
my
funny.
next
They're
question.
so arrogant
have to
about
wait a couple
it.
of generations, because even if they don't understand science too well and would refuse to, eventually there's going to be somebody who's going to be like, well, fire used something happens when I make fire.
Yeah.
Do we see Calvinists going to the moon and building the the machinery that are now going to Mars and no?
What
I'm not sure how many Calvinists.
There's a joke about mass like there that I will refrain from.
I don't even understand Calvinism because am I saved? How could they know? I could be elect. Maybe they're not.
Hence why, even though they don't have free will, they still have to evangelize.
Which I don't understand at all. It makes
How
no
many
sense
Calvinists?
to me.
Do we know any Calvinists that have actually said, you know what? I'm not elect. I'm a reprobate, but I'm a firm Calvinist anyways.
Darwin
I've heard they
Kennedy.
do exist.
There is one on YouTube that I
What,
saw.
Darwin says he's a reprobate?
Yeah. Well, he has in the past.
What?
I heard someone else say they didn't think they were elect, but they were Calvinist, and they still preached because they thought they could save others. It's pretty fucked up, but
Right.
I mean, they do exist. They're out there.
It's kind of like how it's fucked up that Darwin's deity would, like, say on the one hand he's a hyper-Calvinist and hold to libertarian free will.
That's messed up.
Yeah, it is. It's entirely incoherent.
Yep. I mean, there's
Alex
a very good
Malpass is watching that
chance.
video right now, by the way.
There's a very good chance that
He said this ought to be good. Sorry.
no, like there's a good chance that the 7 of us in here are all elect, and that everyone in the Bible thumping wingnut show is not. Right? We're all going to go to heaven. But they're
You
not.
know, in fact.
Well, I think it's fair to say I'm not, but
pretty sure you're not
just us guys in this room, or just the Great Debate community. Like, take all the scientists, the Great Debate community, put them on, I don't know, one island, a pretty big island. Take the clown car posse group and put them on another big island. Take, I don't know, 50 years of development. What would be the difference?
I want on your island. That's all I care.
Which island am I on?
Can I be on the science island?
You're on the Odin island. Island of Odin.
Well,
Yeah, Ocean can't come, but everyone else.
My island will be the coolest. I think that after a while, people will want to start coming to my island.
You could be on the. You gotta be on the cool kids.
Apparently, I get
my
my
island is going to have the best wind.
I would rather not be on the island where virgins are sacrificed to volcanoes.
Yeah, yeah, we don't want. Yeah, I don't want to be on the island where we waste good virgins. Yeah, that's a.
Well,
that's a no-no.
there's a simple solution to that.
That's a simply solved problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We sacrifice them afterwards.
Oh, there you go.
Steve, I wonder if that would be a good wake-up call. Like, I'm just saying.
It sounds like the pitch of a reality show.
Well,
It is a
I
reality
think it's pretty
show.
funny that.
Let's
You
make
could put like 5 creations.
Survivor
from
Christians versus
somewhere.
atheists.
Yes.
If you literally took all the Clown Car Posse members and between all of them and it gave them a combined 6th grade science test, I bet they would all fail it together.
Well, see, the thing
Collectively,
is, I
they
think
would help each other. That's where they fail.
Oh, come on. If you gave them a literacy test, they would fail.
If you had a survivor game between Christians and atheists, I'm not sure who would win, because I think that the Christians would be more likely to survive the first 10 years, and the atheists would be more likely to benefit.
I'll stick a spear in you and eat you if I have to survive. Fuck that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean,
Like, I think that Christians tend to be better survivalists than
I would cut up your ass like a
Why
flank
would
steak.
Christians be better survivalists? Why would you say that?
Military guys, man.
Military? Oh, pfft. Okay. So you're giving everyone weapons? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so we got Dragnot on our team.
What I'm saying is that if I've Dragnot. Oh yeah, if you got Dragnot, you're probably
Oh,
gonna
well,
have a better.
see, you've already
And
lost.
Steve, who's another veteran in the room, by the way.
You give me a weapon. I don't know how to use it, but I will.
I'm not talking about weapons.
5
Jesus.
hours.
I'm talking about making fire on the first night and maybe finding.
I can make fire.
I was a Boy
You think
Scout
Christians
too.
can make fire on the first night?
I think the
No,
Christians
but
might be better at it.
Shah, it comes down to, I mean, let's
Oh,
fast
wait.
forward the clock.
No, I get it now. You guys
developing-
are talking about Americans. I get it. No, you guys
what
are
I'm-
talking about Americans. I get
No,
it.
no,
American
no.
atheists aren't very good at
I'm talking about a group of people like the Bible thumping wingnut guys. Will they ever, just them, will they ever say, give them at least 50 years, be able to develop a simple wireless communication device?
That sounds demonic. I wouldn't even try.
I don't think they figured out how to. I don't think they could figure out how 2 styrofoam cups and a string works. Okay.
Look,
Honestly, I'm not lying. I don't think they have a clue.
Okay, they don't know how like a Dixie cups and string make a telephone.
No, they would have
as a
no
child.
idea how that works.
I'm an engineer and I'm a backwoods camper, and I wouldn't have any trouble. I would love it. I would enjoy the challenge. It would be fun to me.
We would be able to do it. But
yeah,
would they be able to do it over, I'm giving like a really conservative value of 50 years?
I can't even
issue them the
imagine-
challenge.
The
Let's make a show out of it.
The religious people I know don't know anything. My sister's one of them. She's horrible. She has no idea. Her power goes out in her house and she's fucked. She's like, I have to go to a hotel.
What country are you in?
Canada.
Oh, okay.
So then here's my next question.
All of your questions make more sense to me now.
They already have experience with a wireless device like an iPhone or something. And when they are deprived of that, does this mean that they should go, you know what, maybe science is valid? Like maybe we should, you know, it's
No, because they'll
important.
just pick and choose the science they want and the science they don't want, right? I mean, they just cherry pick. That's all they do.
Isn't the MRA invented by a young Earth creationist? Or something?
Yes, but he didn't win the
No,
Nobel
not
Prize
really.
for it. Two other people won the Nobel
wasn't
Prize
invented
for
by
it. He
him.
didn't.
He was one of the engineers on it.
Yeah, he was one of the engineers on
So
it.
you have an engineer,
Yeah.
somebody who's like, if you
But-
put him on an island.
But he didn't. But he didn't use a single solitary young Earth creationist model to
Yeah,
develop the MRI.
And,
He was,
and that's
you know,
yeah, and that's my
and all-
point. with
I think
the,
that's General's point.
yeah, but yeah, that's my point. When I uploaded all their dissertations, not an iota of younger creationism in any of their dissertations.
Yeah.
Who did the one on rubidium strontium? I mean, and then goes around saying that the decay rates don't work. Was that Humphreys?
Jim Mason did the rubidium strontium. His entire thesis was on the stability of rubidium on the on
But for younger creationists, that's not possible.
Yeah. So when he's like, you know, giving lectures to the young creationists, he's like, yeah, I'm a doctor in nuclear physics. That actually argues for the secular dating methods.
Technically, a creationist also invented the taxonomic system, Linnaeus. But again,
Yeah, but he wasn't a young Earth creationist. He was
he was a creationist, maybe not younger.
No, he was just a standard
Well, if you limit it to creation,
scientist of the
there's a
time.
lot of creationists
Yeah, it was just,
that
he
have
was just a
accomplished
religious
many things.
person. I mean, most
That's
people
usually-
were back then.
But that argument, it's weird because creationists actually use that as a talking point. They'll say, well, evolutionists use creationists as for references, like since Linnaeus was a creationist.
No, because they really hate. They really hate it when you bring up Linnaeus because, you know, they say, "Oh, Charles Darwin was the one who said we're apes," and that's some kind of a massive defeater for them. Until you point out that Linnaeus, a Bible-believing old Earth creationist, pointed out that humans are classified as apes, and that this was about 50 years before Darwin was even born.
Oh, no, longer, even earlier before Darwin. I think Linnaeus was,
About, at least, like, adjust. I'm counting from when Linnaeus died to when Charles Darwin was born.
More than a century, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I can tell you this. If I ever had to be in some kind of Survivor show or whatever, I'd want my husband to be with me. Because, you know, in the last 6 weeks, he created his own bandsaw, and now he's making a crucible in the garage, just out of standard material. So I'd choose his team no matter what.
You also get more sex on his team, I imagine.
That's probably a benefit as well.
I don't know. Maybe he'll do an atheist versus creationist episode of Naked and Afraid.
I would just do a young Earth creationist versus the
It's like an insidious Eden at that point.
Oh wait, flat earthers versus everyone else. That might be fun.
Actually, there's more evidence for a flat Earth than a young Earth.
Yep.
I'm not kidding. I'm not. There's an actual mathematical model that has been made to show how bad the young Earth model is. That even the flat Earth model has some, you know, tiny lead.
Yeah, you might
Well,
be
I
right
can see that.
because
Yeah, no, I can see that 'cause
genetics. And, yeah.
No, I could see that because there are some models.
It's all to do with the age.
Of
That's all.
young Earth. The flat Earth. That yes, they have errors, but they're not. For example, the model with the sun, obviously it wouldn't work because if the sun's only 35 miles away and 5 miles wide, the angular diameter would change. As far as the you know what we see as far as the light, it actually would kind of work, but that's not really what our observation is.
No. That's a very modern model of the flat. I'm talking about just imagining the Earth being flat. Leave everything else the way it is. Just the Earth flat.
I don't think we noticed the difference.
Like a geocentric flat, like the ancient flat geocentric model.
If it was flat and we were accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, how would we really know the difference unless we actually went to the edge? And gravity would be very intense there.
Okay, so the statistical analysis between the models is the age of the Earth. There's such a huge error bar between what we measure and what the young Earth creationists say.
Oh yeah,
that is way beyond even
4.5 billion
basic two-centric model.
thousand.
error.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
what you're saying with the that makes sense with the error bars.
It's almost a million factor off.
Yeah.
The particular thing that I like about the flat Earth model, so, is they never anticipate talking to somebody who's from Canada, and when they show like the map of where the sun is rotating around, it's where I'm positioned specifically. I should be able to see the sun 24/7. So
Yeah, I know.
my entire refutation of that is I just need to turn on my camera and like open my blinds, go, oh look, no sun.
But
Well,
you're just
that
lying about your location.
There's so many
Pretty well,
problems.
yeah.
with
It's
it.
all
Like,
CGI. My location.
I've flown like all over the earth. Like I've been to Australia and like all these places in the southern hemisphere, and the flights are not significantly longer. And it's like, how is that possible? Like, how can I fly to Europe and then fly to Australia and not have Australia be,
It's all
10
part of the
times?
conspiracy. They just use the
Well, of
fact
course. And then you look at the map of Australia and it's this long, skinny thing, and it's like, well, that's not how it is because I've driven Australia. I've driven like probably 50 hours.
Have you heard of the reality bending machines that they use in Australia in order to make it appear otherwise?
Apparently, they install
I'm
those
wrapping
into the camper vans you rent because there's
No,
no
it
other
is installed
way
into
for it to
Australia.
work.
All right. Well, real quick before we go off air, hey, everybody, give their feedback. How did the doctor do for moderation?
He was shit.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, the moderation was not required so much as when I was here, because earlier wasn't Matt the
It required
Scottish.
so much
Matt?
as desired.
They sucked.
Who kicked Matt earlier?
I listened to the point.
That was
funny.
me.
That was
then,
epic.
then you
That
win.
was awesome.
You did
Yeah, you
amazing.
win.
I love it.
He's like
called my
you know what?
bluff
You could
and
just kick me. And you're like, okay, I love that. That was perfect.
That was well
that
done.
Was great.
Who did that?
Yeah.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Matt Bell.
Brilliant.
He said, well, you can kick me. He's like, okay.
So it's like
Was it a
Brenda was
discussion?
muting him, and I pointed out to him, look, Brenda's one of
Brenda
the
has
other
lots.
moderators of the room.
Yeah.
And he goes, I don't care. You can kick me for all you care. Okay.
Loved it. Well done.
Actually, I really thought that was cool. Well, he's just a contrarian, anyways. You can't even have a conversation with him. Plus, he didn't know what
He
the hell
went
was
full
talking
pre-sup at that point.
about. Full pre-sup. Yeah,
Yeah,
full
he
pre-sup.
He just
All right,
gets
anyways, guys.
angry.
No, he's not that. He has one goal, and that is to rile people up and to try to confuse them because he likes to feel like he's
of course
smarter
he's
than most
angry.
people,
He
but
works
he's
with kids all day.
Does he?
not.
No, I'm
Does he?
kidding. Of course not.
I fell for
All
it.
right. Anyways, I'm having a hangout tomorrow. I'll probably talk about Matt Slick. I might make a video. I'll see. But anyways, thanks for listening, guys. Van, Doc, Char, Ocean,
suck, Steve.
Prudence. Thank you, guys. I do.